I thought your dad was gonna drive. I was like, what?
No.
What?
My father all the way down the shore. I don't think he'd make it there.
He's swerving everywhere. What? Swerving, Gervin. What?
I'm not doing this one. Sleep late tomorrow. I'm worn out.
So we're swerving, Gervin.
Valerie knows that.
Oh.
The city's times are a-changing, but I don't know when. The same old bullshit's coming back again, and everybody just spreads like leaves in the wind. Right when the motherfucking trouble starts coming out, coming up, coming over the hill. You all say you wanna help, but you never will. And just as soon as you're gone, you know I'll be here still. Right when the motherfucking trouble starts, I'm staring down death with my dick in my hand, solid as a rock. I don't give a damn. Put the fuck off, fight my way out of a jam, and I will be the last man standing. Kill the judges and the cops and the president. Burn the schools and the churches. We will not repent. Kill your parents and send me all your money, and then kill yourself. I'll be the last man standing. Fucking tired of religion and politics. Fucking cattle, you deserve just what you get. Fucking infants still sucking on your mother's tit. Right when the motherfucking trouble starts, you all love to play the victim oh so much. You're getting played, and now you blow each other up. You're so concerned with me, there ain't no time for us. And now the motherfucking trouble starts. I'm staring down death with my dick in my hand, solid as a rock. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna fuck off, fight my way out of a jam, and I will be the last man standing. Kill the judges and the cops and the president. Burn the schools and the churches. We will not repent. Kill your parents and send me all your money, and then kill yourself. I'll be the last man standing. Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Dick.
No, he's watching TV. I just got done carving a pumpkin
What time you get home?
about 2 hours ago.
Oh,
It was Quest.
I wish you would have came with me.
I don't want to go home.
No, you could have went to the, you didn't have to go to the funeral. You could have went to the
I know them. I don't know.
well, you would have met them then, What?
I don't people at funerals.
But they were like a psychotic crew, They weren't.
I'm not into your crew.
No, this crew wasn't that good, Even Laura said, I don't want to know any of them, What? Yeah. But we buried them. It's St. Anthony. What? Where they buried them, it's like weird. When you pull in, you go straight and it goes way back to the thruway.
Oh.
Wow, I heard the cars flying by there, What? Yeah. Yeah. I had a good day, It was nice. I had a nice meal. And I left, and they were all like, "Oh, come back to the house." I'm like, "No way," You hear the dog?
Yeah.
He's got that phone. You gonna drop it now? What? Hear it? it's gonna happen, What?
Johnny What went to a funeral today.
Come here. Which phone? Give me that. Give me that phone. No, I don't want it. Get that phone.
I don't know if he's aware that people can hear him. Hey, Gracie Stalker Shack, how are you? It's on. I was your 117th sub. Oh my God, Gracie, thank you so much. Thank you, Gracie. Have you seen Rick? I haven't seen Rick. I haven't seen Rick, but Gracie, if you want to donate to me, do it now. You miss him terribly, huh? I think Rick might have ran away from you, Gracie. I think Rick ran away from you. So anyway, I did some research on what was going on with this fucking loser, Alec Baldwin, and what possibly happened. He got on. What? Did you? Oh my God! This fucking guy. This fucking guy knows I'm doing this. I waited for him to talk to his girlfriend, and then he just fucking comes in. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, he doesn't think anyone can hear him. He doesn't think anyone. He's fucking bombed. He's bombed. Why would you call his family, Gracie? Just out of curiosity, why would you call his family? That's really bizarre. So anyway, on the as you guys know, on the set of the upcoming smash hit Rust, Alec Baldwin shot and killed someone with a prop gun, and people are saying, "Oh, this is the end of He killed an industry too, by the way. He killed an industry too. Not only did he kill a woman and injure another man, but he killed an industry. He absolutely killed an industry. I guarantee you after this, they will no longer, these prop gun business, whatever. I looked this up online. There's humongous business. This is a humongous business. Loves me. Love makes you do bizarre things. All right. Enough talk. Listen, Gracie, I don't know what happened between you and Rick. I promise you, I don't know. I've asked, and none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. So supposedly you were in love with Rick, and you went as far as contacting his family, and he no longer wanted to talk to you. That's what I'm assuming, based on the conversations that I've heard. So anyway, this movie Rust took place, um, or the movie itself, not where it actually happened, but it was like a Wild West movie. So I'm assuming that there's one thing you have to understand about pistols of that time or rifles of that time or whatever. It probably happened with the pistol, all right, and it was a single action revolver because they didn't have the revolvers they have today. The revolvers they have today were not created until I think like the late 1800s. What is Yes, I called everyone I could find in his family. Everyone. I wrote them long messages and then deleted them. Gracie, that's terrible. Why would you do that to Rick? Why would you do that to Rick? Gracie, I remember. Gracie, I do remember this. I remember you were living with some guy that was supposedly very violent. He ended up in the hospital, etc. Um, Gracie, listen. Uh, don't you have a boyfriend? I thought you had a boyfriend. Hey, Seasons, how are you? Seasons, I'll get my phone back on Monday. On Monday. Oh, here comes Drunk Johnny. Drunk Johnny's coming out. I can barely understand what he's saying. He's that drunk. I could barely understand what he's saying. He's making me want to smoke some weed right now, so I'm gonna smoke some weed. Where's my bat? Ah, it was a 44 revolver. Yeah, but what I'm gonna get at was that it wasn't a revolver what you think, or what kind of revolver you're thinking of. It was a single action revolver, which means that you can't just pull the trigger and it goes off. You have to cock the hammer and then pull the trigger every single time. Now, normally, normally these prop guns, um, you cannot load, you cannot load real bullets into these prop guns. They've made it so that it's impossible. There is an obstruction in the barrel to make sure that nothing comes out. But if that obstruction comes loose, or maybe there's a rock in the barrel or something like that, guess what? It's going to shoot out. It's going to come out and it's going to go flying. And if it hits you in the head or in the eye or something, you're going to die. I don't know how. I don't know what. They're not telling us what happened. They don't know exactly what happened. But in the case of Brandon Lee, and this is why I truly believe this didn't happen with a real bullet. You're going to find out that it didn't happen with a real bullet because what happened to Brandon Lee, when they did the autopsy on Brandon Lee, they actually retrieved a real bullet from his spinal cord. A real bullet. So this happened, what, 20 something years ago, this Brandon Lee thing. I'm sure that this didn't happen with Alec Baldwin. And I know a lot of people are trying to discredit this industry, this replica industry that makes millions and millions of dollars a year. These guys invest a lot of money in buying replicas or buying older guns, turning them into replicas, etc. There's no way in hell that it was a real bullet. I highly doubt that. Highly doubt that. Unless they were using real guns, which they shouldn't have been doing. If they were using real guns, then that's someone's going to get in big trouble. But the other thing I want to point out is usually with these actors, even when they're handling, let's say, any kind of firearm in a movie, they have to take this training course. As a range instructor, ex-range instructor, an armorer, you're always told never to point a gun at anything unless you want to destroy it. That's the first rule. That is the first rule they tell you. Alec Baldwin, I'm assuming. I mean, there's no other way this could have happened, right? This gun had to have been pointed at somebody. Doesn't matter if he had his finger on the trigger or any. He could have been holding the gun like this. He points it at someone. That's a no-no. You don't do that. You do not do that. Yeah, it's called a prop gun, Pete. It's called a prop gun. But wasn't he the producer? He was the producer. He was the producer, and I think he shot a director and a film. I forgot what that bitch was. I don't even know what she was. Yeah, cinematographer. He killed the cinematographer. Now, when stuff like this happens, you want to cover your ass, and you don't want anyone thinking that it was your fault. You know, when this happened to Nick, all right, I asked him what gun he was using, and he told me, and I know exactly what happened. And the reason why you don't hear Nick talking about this anymore was because he did something that you weren't supposed to do. You weren't supposed to do. It's called a negligent discharge. It happens. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen a lot. A lot. But what I'm telling you is that there was no bullet involved. There was no bullet involved. But, and you're going to find out that Alec Baldwin is going to be responsible for this. Because rule number one, regardless if the gun is fake or not, you do not point a gun at anything you don't want to destroy. Alec Baldwin is in big trouble. I'm telling you right now, financially. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And they're going to try to push all the blame on this this prop gun business or whatever. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm telling you right now, they spend a lot of money instructing these actors on what to do. You think they just hand an actor a firearm and say, yeah, go to town? No. I'm telling you right now, a single action revolver, you have to know what you're doing. You don't just pull the trigger. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't. To load it, to extract the spent shells, to even chamber it doesn't. It's not easy. You don't just put the bullets in and start pulling the trigger. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't. This guy either didn't pay attention or he was breaking the rules. Rule number one, you don't point of any kind of firearm at anything you don't want to destroy. And unfortunately for him and the cinematographer and the director, they witnessed the human being being destroyed right in front of their eyes because of what Alec Baldwin did. Because of what Alec Baldwin did. Let's see what the comment section is saying. Gracie back. Dean doesn't come here anymore. Was she in love with? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she did it to Dean too. She did it to Dean. Kind of had to be a live round if it killed. No, no. So what happens, right? Actually, let me see if I can get a bullet for you. All right, I'll show you. I'll explain this. So anyone who owns firearms obviously knows what a bullet looks like. There you go. So you have a cartridge, which is this brass piece. There's a primer in the middle that gets struck by a pin, creates a tiny explosion, which creates a larger explosion in here with more gunpowder. And right here is the bullet that's wedged inside the cylinder. All right. Now, when this explosion happens, it pushes the bullet out. It pushes the bullet out with all the gases and launches it out of this barrel. All right. In a prop gun, you have all this except for the bullet. Except for the bullet. They make these prop guns so you cannot chamber a bullet into the barrel. So the bullet is actually seating inside the barrel. Actually, I'll show you. Hold on. Here's the barrel of a pistol. This is from one of my Glocks. And what happens is the bullet seats inside there like that, right? There's enough room for an extractor to fit on this rim. On that rim, it's a piece of metal. So when the firing pin hits the bullet or hits the primer, there's an explosion that's captured in this big chunk of metal. And this big chunk of metal, all the gases inside there start pushing out this way, launching the bullet out. The extractor grabs onto this little rim, pulls the empty shell out, and that's it. But in a prop gun, they put something in there so that the bullet can't seat. If the bullet's sticking out this much, right? The bullet's sticking out this much, the gun won't chamber. The gun will not chamber. Now, I'm not saying that they used. I'm not saying that they used a semi-automatic pistol. I'm saying that they used either a shotgun replica, or they used a possibly a single-action revolver, or a lever action. Now, if you remove the bullet from the casing, this part, if you remove this, you pull this out, and all you have in here is a crimped case with just gunpowder. If there's anything in this barrel, a rock, a pebble, anything like that, and they were in the desert, or it looked like the desert, it looked like there was a lot of rocks around. if there's an explosion that takes place in here and the gases come out, and if the obstruction in there that keeps the bullet from seating properly with a live round gets pushed out, well, guess what happens? Guess what happens? It comes flying out like a bullet. It will come flying out like a bullet. Now, if you don't think that these prop gun businesses know this, or Hollywood doesn't know this, you're crazy. They know this. If I know it, they know it. All right. Anyone who owns firearms will tell you that's what's going to happen. You put anything in that barrel. You put anything in that barrel. Either that barrel is gonna bow and split and break, or you're gonna push whatever's in there out. There's only two things that's gonna happen. Only two things. So again, why was Alec Baldwin? Why was Alec Baldwin pointing a gun at the cinematographer and the director? Was he supposed to? Because rule number one of gun safety, of anything, do not point a firearm at anything you don't want to destroy. Don't do it. That's the first thing they teach you. The first thing. And what did Alec Baldwin do? You tell me. So now he is going to try to blame this all on an industry. All in an industry that does nothing but provide fake guns. And sometimes they take real guns and they do this to real guns so that it looks like it looks authentic. Hey, Fat God, how are you? Magda, how are you? Let's see. Bruce Lee's son died from a prop gun. I just talked about that. Now, ever since then, they when they did Brandon Lee's autopsy, they actually pulled a bullet out of his spine. That was over 20 years ago, and they've made steps so that would never happen again. That would never happen again. They've done things so that would never happen again, so that you could not take a real bullet and put it in the barrel like that. You couldn't. It wouldn't seat properly. They're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. But I'm telling you right now, Alec Baldwin is going to be, dishing out a lot of money for negligence. That was a negligent discharge, and he's going to try to blame this company, and this company is going to say, no, that's not what happened. You weren't supposed to be pointing a gun at anyone, Alec. You weren't, but he did. And I'm telling you right now, the type of gun is very, very important in this story. If it happens to be a single action revolver, he had to knowingly cock that hammer back, point it at someone, and pull the trigger. He didn't just point it at someone and pull the trigger. He had to point it at someone, cock the hammer back, then pull the trigger. That's three things that he had to do before he ended the life of that woman and maimed that director. Three things. I'm gonna, the thing that happened to Nick, all right, and the reason why I say I believe this is what happened was because of the gun he told me he had. All right, when he had a striker fired gun, and a striker fired gun, right? A lot of them to disassemble it, you actually have to pull the trigger. You actually have to pull the trigger to release the sear from the slide, which unlocks it and then lets the slide come off. You're not supposed. He did something wrong. Nick, that was a negligent discharge. What Nick did. There wasn't any manufacturer, fuck up. There's no way. Well, we don't know if he was pointing the gun at them. He could have had the gun in his hand, and maybe the gun went off. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Guns just don't go off in people's hands. It doesn't. That's not how it works. There is a possibility that the gun was dropped on the ground, and when it hit the ground, the the force from of the ground hitting the hammer on the gun possibly could have pushed the firing pin into the bullet, which caused it to go off. But that's very, very unlikely. Guns just don't go off like that, especially single action revolvers. You have to do three things. Three things to kill someone with a single action revolver. Three things. You got to point it at someone, all right, which he did. The barrel was pointed at someone, definitely, or else it wouldn't have hit them. He had to cock the hammer back and then pull the trigger. And this is if you just find a gun on the ground. This is if you just find a gun on the ground. If he loaded it, that there was many other steps he had to do that. So I'm sorry. Is this because you don't like Alec Baldwin's politics? No, but I will say this. That Alec Baldwin has blamed gun owners and guns for so many things. So many bad things. Alec Baldwin just learned a very important lesson. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. He's going to find that out very, very soon in court. Very soon in court. Guns do not kill people. People kill people. Guns just don't go off. There are a lot of... I'm going to take something apart for you to show you how complicated it is. An engineer designed this 30-something years ago. There are so many things that have to happen for a gun to go off. It just doesn't go off. There's no magic. There's no magic to it. Like when you start your car, it's not magic that starts your car. There's a process. There's a sequence of operation. Things don't just happen. Things just don't magically appear. It doesn't work like that. There's a sequence of operation which happens when a gun's fired. For instance, if you were to look at this, right? This is the inside of my Glock, right? You're going to see this, and you're going to see this. Right? This is the firing pin that is attached to the firing pin. This is actually part of the firing pin. The firing pin is right there. All right. So the bullets set inside here. Right? Bullets set inside there like that. That firing pin will not strike that primer unless that button is pushed in. If the button's broken, then it will. It might still fire, but that button has to be pushed in before anything else happens. Anything else happens. Now, not only that, you see that little lever there? If I go like this all day, I cannot pull that trigger. I can drop this gun, I can smack it. It's not going to go off. That little button inside there has to be released, which will allow the hammer to go, or this piece right here. If this piece isn't there, it will not pull that. It will not pull that firing pin back. It won't do it. This is what pushes that button up. If that thing is not there, it's not going to work. There's a lot of things that have to work for this gun to work. Stuff just doesn't magically appear. Your car just doesn't magically start. A lot of things. There's a sequence of operation with everything, with everything. And I'm telling you right now, Alec Baldwin went through a sequence of operation before this woman was killed negligently due to his negligence. He won't see any jail time. No, no, he will pay. He will be sued. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You're gonna find out that this guy. I'm telling you right now, you won't hear about it on the news. They don't want you to hear about this. But I'm telling you right now, he went through a course. He had to sit through fucking probably a 5-hour course on how to handle guns. And he's probably done this multiple times in multiple movies. This guy's no stranger to firearms. I'm telling you right now. As much as he says he hates them, he's no stranger to them. He's been in a lot of movies with firearms. A lot of movies. This guy has no excuse. You do not point a firearm at anything you don't want to destroy. That is rule number one. I'm telling you right now, all those movies you saw Alec Baldwin in, all those movies, I guarantee you, he's heard that. If he's been in 50 movies, he's heard that 50 times. Accidents happen. That's true. That's true. But when this guy gets taken to court, gets taken to court, and they say, "How many times were you told this?" Because it's not like Seasons, or maybe Seasons. I don't know if Seasons ever touched a gun. And let's say I told you once, versus Alec Baldwin, who's probably been told hundreds of times, hundreds of times. It doesn't matter if it's a prop gun or not. Barrel obstructions can come loose. Barrel obstructions can come loose. And when they come loose, guess what happens? They go out the barrel. If I got a pipe and I packed it full of rocks, and on the other end, I put a bunch of gunpowder in there and lit it, guess where the rocks are going to go? They're going to go out that fucking barrel. Alec Baldwin is in big trouble. Alec Baldwin is in big financial trouble. I'm telling you right now. Telling you right now. Hey Denise, my mind always works in mysterious ways. Well, maybe that's okay, but still, you need some kind of chemical release. You need whatever. There's a sequence of operation for your mind to work. Your mind just doesn't work. Put it to this way. Put it to this way. Sperm has to meet an egg, but even before that, there's a sequence of operation. And I'm telling you, nothing just magically appears. Nothing. Daniel Baldwin is the hottest Baldwin. Agree or disagree? I don't. Daniel. I don't know. I wish Stephen Baldwin would have been the one to shoot them. Alec doesn't deserve it. Alec, I'm telling you right now, no one deserves that. Nobody deserves that. But I'm telling you right now, Alec is a know-it-all. A know-it-all. An absolute know-it-all. And because of his actions and what he did, he's going to be paying out a lot of money. A lot of money. I never met them, but they grew up near me in Westvale, New York. Yeah, so I've met the fucked up Baldwin multiple times out in Piermont. He lives out in Piermont, around that area. And I met Haley at the mall one time. She was foxy, but then I found out she was like really young. I was like, holy shit. Let's see. I bet he was sleeping with that woman and ended it and she threatened to tell his wife. Wait, hold on. Who cares who is the hottest or the least hottest? Well, women do, and women donate. Women donate. Alec was the hottest in his prime. The other brothers look like weird knockoffs of him. There you go. There you go. He kind of looked. He kind of looked all. He doesn't look that good now. He looks kind of fucked up. You know who's a really handsome guy was I guess Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges was a really handsome guy. He still is, if he's still alive. Handsome man. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Remember that movie Scarface? Remember Scarface's friend in that movie? I forgot the fucking guy's name. I met him in real life. That guy's a handsome motherfucker. I told him that. I made the guy blush. He goes, stop. I said, no, 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 no. I said, dude, you look really, really, really good. And the guy's in his like late 50s. Do you even know the full story? It was an Alec movie that cast let hours early at the end. He was F the at Juice. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I you know who knows. Oh my God, the Clintons. There you go. Listen, if they find a bullet, I'm telling you, something's fucked up. Something was really, really wrong. That means that there was a real gun on set. There's not supposed to be a real gun on set. There's not. If it was a bullet, I'm telling you, a prop gun will not set a bullet. You can't set a bullet into a prop gun. It won't work. I'm not you can have the cartridge in there with gunpowder. I'm telling you right now, it's not just gunpowder, it's some kind of other propellant that they use to create big flashes. All right? I know that for a fact. I used to have one. All right? You can't just you can put gunpowder in it. You could, but it wouldn't look as dramatic. But if you put a real bullet in there, it would not seat. It would not go into the barrel. And I'm not. They didn't use a Glock. I'm saying they used probably a single action revolver, possibly a shotgun of some sort, or probably a lever action. So at the time, if it's period appropriate, they had bolt actions. Which, hey, listen, if it was a bolt action, there's no way. There's no way that you could have seated that round. A shotgun, maybe, because at the time they had these double barrel shotguns, single barrel shotguns, etc. That all it is a pipe. All it is a pipe with propellant at the end. And if there was a rock in there or anything like that, whatever's in that fucking pipe is coming out. And this is my point. This is my point. You're not supposed to point the gun at anything you're not supposed to destroy. He knows this. He's been told multiple times. He'll never stop being hot. The only person hotter ever is Marlon Brando. Yeah, I guess so. Marlon Brando's was a handsome man. He must not be getting his comments in the side chat. Well, he's a Gatorade. High seasons. I haven't had sex in many weeks, Juice. What? You mean months? You mean months? I love when movie stars tell Americans to not own guns. This is my point. This is my point. If you're talking about let's Seasons, Seasons and Alec Baldwin. Guess who knows more about guns? Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin. I'm telling you right now because he's been in a lot of movies with guns, and they just don't give you a gun in a movie. They make you take courses. Have you ever seen John Wick? Do you know what fucking Keanu Reeves had to do? Do you know what Keanu Reeves had to do? They just didn't hand Keanu Reeves a gun, a prop gun, and say, go at it. They don't do that. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. So my point is, Alec Baldwin is going to be in very, very deep legal troubles very, very soon. Very soon. And, you know, it sucks that he killed someone. It sucks that that happened. Just like with Nick, negligent discharge. Nick is very lucky that no one was there with him when that happened, or in the room, or maybe there was, I don't know. But negligent discharges happen all the time. In fact, doing this right now is extremely dangerous. Is extremely dangerous. As soon as that firing pin is, I'm sorry, the primer is cracked, it's going to cause a mini explosion. And that mini explosion is going to travel into here, right? Which is going to push this piece of metal out of that cartridge. I don't think it's going to come out fast enough to kill anyone. But if you house it in something like this, and all the pressure can do is build up inside here and get pushed out this barrel, guess what? It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. I think they did a study on this. If you just crack, if you if you if you took this bullet, right, and I cracked the primer on this bullet right now in my hand, right, I'd probably crack it. The explosion would happen. The bullet would come out, possibly. But if it does come out, the maximum, I think this is only with rifle rounds. I don't know if this is pistol rounds. Maybe 300 feet per second. It's enough to crack your skull, but it's not really gonna. It's not really going to. You're if this came out of my pistol, right? You're talking over 1,000 feet per second. 1,000 feet per second. Once you capture that explosion, once you capture that explosion in something like this, right? And that force travels out through here. By the time it gets out, you're talking about thousands and thousands of feet per second. That's all it is. It's a controlled explosion that's pushing something that way. That's all that is. I've been a gunner since 14. Me too. I owned plenty of 22 long rifles before then. I didn't consider that being a gun owner. In the state of New Jersey, check this out, the juice. If you own a pellet gun, an air rifle, not on airsoft, but I'm pretty sure soon to be. Soon to be. You're a firearms owner. Just to let you know, in the state of New Jersey, I owned my first 22 was a Marlin. So it was one of the you drop the 22s down the tube, and when they I think you could put 15 in at the time. That thing's illegal. I can't own that. The gun that I owned when I was a kid is now illegal in the state of New Jersey. Totally legal. It was a tube-fed Marlin. I forgot the whatever. Seasons. He's 81. I don't want to kill him. Oh, yeah, pellet gun. Absolutely. Try to buy a pellet gun in the state of New Jersey. See what happens. You have to get a federal background check. You have to go through NICS to get a fucking pellet gun in the state of New Jersey. And you can't own a wrist rocket. You know those wrist rockets? The BB, you put the pellet in there, the slingshot. You can't own those in the state of New Jersey. They're illegal. I can own an AK-7, an AK-47 or AK-74 variant, any kind of AK-4 variants, any AR variants, whatever. But I can't own a wrist rocket. If I own a wrist rocket, that's jail time. Doesn't make any sense. so glad I grew up in Oklahoma when it comes to gun laws. Yeah, well, at the time when I grew up in Jersey, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I remember when I was a kid in Jersey when I had my when I first got my the first 22 I ever had. I remember you used to be able to run around with BB guns. We used to fucking get our bikes, get BB guns. We used to make we used to take old jeans and our moms would sew them and they put straps and we put our BB guns in the back and ride our bikes through town. Um, then all of a sudden we weren't allowed to do that anymore because they became firearms, which was fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. I'd rather have dinner right now. Yeah, well, any kind of pellet gun, any kind of. I had a Crossman. It looked like a 1911, right? And it wasn't CO2. You would cock it like a 1911 and had this. And I remember you were able to shoot darts, BBs, and pellets out of it. It was fucking cool. And I got that taken away by the Riverdale Police Department when that shit became illegal. They came to my house because we were shooting it, and they took it away. I remember a kid getting shot with a CO2 pellet gun in his elbow, in his elbow, and we were shooting at each other. And this kid brought it looked like a Colt Python, right? And it had the cylinder. It had the cylinder. You slap it in the side. It had the CO2 cartridge on the bottom. We were shooting at each other, and the kid got shot in the elbow, and it was bleeding. And we didn't think anything of it, right? He went home. Uh, about a week later, turns out that they had to cut it out. The lead actually went in his fucking arm and wrapped around his elbow. Shocking. I got hit in my pube area and chest. It went in about BB deep. Well, I mean, I never. I remember we used to put on these leather jackets. I had my brother's leather jacket, and we used to shoot at each other. And dude, I got shot with the Red Rider one time in my back. That thing fucking stung so bad, so bad. It was like a kidney shot too. I remember touching it back there, thinking it went through my body. That's how bad it stung. I can't imagine getting shot with, you know. Hmm. But yeah. So again, I think people are forgetting that Alec Baldwin, Alec Baldwin shouldn't have been pointing that gun at anybody. That's what it's going to come down to. This isn't just going away. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Because not only did he take a life, but he's going to destroy an industry. He's going to destroy an industry with this. Watch. And there's already been TV shows that are now saying that they will no longer use prop guns. All they're going to do is use airsoft guns, which, by the way, in Canada, they're starting to outlaw airsoft guns. Um, they're going to be using airsoft guns with CGI. So maybe it'll be cheaper for the industry to do because these airsoft guns look realistic as hell, and they're. I've I went to an airsoft gun dealer in I think it was in Paramus off Route 17. They're no longer there, but I went there to go check them out, and they're pretty legit. Some of them are fucking expensive. They're just as much as a real rifle. The ones now, anyway. And now they make it so that you can you get plastic cartridges, magazines. You load the cartridges. There's a BB inside the actual plastic cartridge, and you shoot it, and it fucking extracts the plastic cartridge. It looks real. It looks real as hell. It's pretty cool. Do you think the movie is going to finish being going to be finished when it made. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, they did it with Brandon Lee, right? They figured out a way. I mean, you're talking about millions and millions of dollars that were invested in this. Millions of dollars. I don't think they're just going to drop that and say, yeah. I don't think they're going to do that. That's a good question. And if it wasn't for the whole Brandon Lee thing, I would probably say no. But they finished The Crow. They finished that movie, which is to this day I still don't understand what the fascination was with that fucking movie. That's the gayest movie ever. The Crow. Why are you talking about guns when you have that beautiful Seasons on here? What do you mean? Well, no offense, but Denise, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about relationships? I could talk about relationships. I was watching these YouTube videos. That's the only reason why about this Alec Baldwin shit. That's the only reason why I wanted to talk about this. But if you want to talk about relationships, my my issue with if I had to choose, right? If I had to choose, and I think this is why this used to be very popular back in the day, because people would have kids to help on farms, whatever. You would get some man that was older. He would give money to the parents of a woman who was younger than him to produce children, raise the children, take care of them, and that's how it worked. Younger women, younger women were objects of were meant for breeding. I'm sorry. And sometimes guys back in the day, they would have a farm. They would have a business, whatever, and they wanted to breed children so that they would help them with this business. And the woman couldn't do it. It was a big upset. Big upset. Talk about gay endeavors from the past. Well, I've had many. I've had many gay encounters. Many gay encounters. I think she's past due for a visit to come see you. Yes. Seasons, get that plane ticket. No, no, no. I'm just saying that. You know what I mean? It's pleasant. Listen, when you're with someone, it's pleasant to be with someone and experience and have dinner with them and talk and and smile at each other and look at each other, being like, after we're done eating, I'm going to fuck you. I'm going to fuck you. Well, how come I can't see any of these emojis that you guys are putting up? I'm not buying a plane ticket. What do I look like buying my own? Yeah, buy the plane ticket. What? Then don't get married. I, I don't know. Denise, and don't get soft about this because we're here. But if you had to give me any advice, right? Me being a 41-year-old man, extremely relaxed, not a care in the world except for stupid shit, right? I'm just sitting here right now talking to you guys, smoking a cigarette. Do you think I should get married? Because once you get married, you say good morning and good night. I don't understand what you mean, Denise. Always make Sprinkles 1980 blush. Listen, you guys want to know about my homosexual experiences? I never had homosexual sex, never. But as far as interacting with homosexuals, yeah, who doesn't interact with homosexuals? I had a lot of homosexual friends too. A lot of homosexual friends. I had homosexual friends that were married to women. To women. And I'd be like, "What are you doing?" I mean, I get it, but these guys were cheating on their wives with other guys. It was sickening. Like, what are you doing? And I had straight friends who cheated on their wives too. But you know, it was like they were going out with dudes. I was like, I guess if you're, listen, I guess if you're a gay guy, right, and you're married to a woman, you're probably more likely to get away with the gay interactions, the homosexual interactions, than you would with a heterosexual one. Because if the wife sees you out with your best friend, right, this is my friend Roger, this is my friend Kenny, you know, I don't think she's really going to question it. But if you were out with Samantha or Becky all the time, yeah, oh yeah. Tino, no, you were just outside. No way, man. Well, then you're there. Well, then there you go. You should have said that months ago. What are you talking about? Stop with this. Stop. Stop it. That's why I got off Facebook. All it was is cheating wives using me. I'm telling you right now. Telling you right now. All these people are lying and cheating, Juice. That's all this is. They look what happened to G Mangos. Look what happened to G Mangos. The guy was getting a lot of attention from women, and he couldn't contain himself. And what happened was, you get a lot of attention from these women that you never met before. You don't know what they look like, but you create this fucking thing in your head. Oh, I'm getting better attention from these people online than I am at home. All of a sudden, you start hating your wife. You start resenting her. Uh, it's whatever. Noodles, if I buy you a plane ticket, will you come visit me? I'd have no problem visiting you, fat god. You've never been nasty to me. You've never been mean to me. Uh, I'm a big supporter of the homosexual community, as long as they stop with those goddamn parades. Those goddamn parades are absolutely disgusting. I don't need to know anything about your gay lifestyle. I'm sorry. Um, your sexuality doesn't dictate you. It doesn't make you any better. It doesn't make you any worse. So stop throwing dick-shaped lollipops at children from floats. That's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. I'm like Sam Malone. I need my who the hell is that? I don't know who the fuck that is, Juice. I don't know. My husband was married once before when he was younger. He's got uh he's got three grown daughters, very nice girls that love me to death, proud because I do their hair for free. So here's my thing. Uh, I'm from a family, right? Bunch of kids. Parents had a bunch of kids, and they got divorced too. They got divorced too. This doesn't have anything to do with homosexuality. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just letting you know there's a lot of homosexual men out there. Homosexual men that, or even bi men, whatever you want to call them, that are cheating on their wives because it's easy. It's very easy. I'm just going out with Kevin. We're gonna go play baseball, but before we do that, we're gonna suck each other's dicks. That's happening. That's happening. I love when people create false images of people who are, yeah. Oh yeah. What do you expect to happen? especially if you're miserable. You know, it's like a mirage. You know, you're starving, you're thirsty, and you see this thing out in the fucking in the desert. This mirage. You're like, oh my god, it's there. And then when you get there, there's nothing there. Or you're thinking about drinking all this fresh water or something. Go to a. Have you ever drinking river water? It tastes like shit. It tastes like shit. When you're thirsty, it looks amazing. It looks amazing. But when you actually drink from the river, it tastes like garbage. It tastes like minerals, and it's not what I want to be tasting. Could be some fugly, yet they act like they are a hottie. Everyone's going to sell themselves. They're selling themselves. That's all. You are cheating, David, or is it just everyone else? Are you cheating? I don't cheat. I don't. I never have. I never will. I've had plenty of opportunities to. Plenty. But I've never done it. Sometimes I look back and I say, shit, I should have. I should have. Because in the end of those relationships, I was the one that got fucked over. But I can always look back and say, you know what? I never did that. I never did that. And I can tell you without a doubt, I never cheated on anyone. Never. I've never had to live with that. I've never had to experience that. I could have, but I didn't. It's a Cheers reference. 41, man. I remember Cheers, but if Cheers was on TV, I just kind of remember Ted Danson and the barmaid and that fat guy at the bar, and then the mailman. But I don't remember anything that they were ever saying. Just so you know. You have lost weight. No. My husband is 81 years old. He has what is that in his feet and legs? He would never cheat on me because he could never outrun me. Look, I'm just saying, you're very lucky to find this guy. You're very lucky that you guys love each other. You know, you're just, I had the weirdest dream about Tony Danza last night. Was he doing coke? Because I went to a wedding one time with Tony Danza, and Tony Danza loves cocaine. Loves cocaine. And Tony Danza, if you're watching this, you know I'm right. You know I'm right. And if someone whips out a fucking a bump of cocaine in front of Tony Danza's gonna dive on that nose first. Woo, Tony! uh, did the pump you? Did he pump you full of Italian white gold? Oh my God, juice, juice! Wow. Oh, oh juicy. Uh, no juice. It was at a party, and he was very short, and he was wearing a very expensive nice suit. What are you talking about? Oh, Tony Danza. Yes, yes, Dorian. His nose candy. Right, right. Season's a beautiful young lady. You would never have a reason to cheat on her. I never would. Listen, put it to you this way, Denise. Let me explain to you something. There's been women that I've been with that are don't compare to seasons. Don't compare whatsoever. There's no comparison. And I didn't cheat on those women. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to cheat on seasons. There's no way. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I feel that if she does that to me, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it because I've tried. I've tried my hardest with other people, and it doesn't matter how hard you try. If they're an evil person or a scumbag, they're going to do it regardless. That's just it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with maybe you're not good enough or whatever. If they're going to do that, they're just going to do it. They don't have their morals are set like that. I don't think Seasons is like that. I'm not like that. Seasons is not that young next to Noodles. Um, well, Seasons what? Seasons is a little bit older than me. Yeah, yeah. But I don't need. I don't. I just don't need to go. The last girlfriend I had was 6 years younger than me. 6 years. All right. I'm talking about relationships, a girlfriend. She was 6 years younger than me. That was really difficult. That was very difficult. I mean, try to corral that shit. That wasn't happening. There was nothing. She wasn't listening to her father. She wasn't going to listen to me. And I told her this. I'm like, I'm not your dad. I'm not your dad. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm telling you, I don't like this. Yes. I don't think you could cheat on Seasons. You guys have been together for a while. I think you would. No, I'm just telling you, I could. I could if I want. I could do anything. So could she. But I'm just letting you know that my track record, I've never done that. Never done that in my life. There's been times where I thought about it, and there's been times, not with Seasons, but in my life, I've thought about it, and I've had opportunities to do it, 100%. But I never did it. I'm just letting you know that that bothers me. Fucked up relationships are not a good thing to experience. Yes, I believe that Seasons, 100%. Thumbs up, wishing all in the chat. Hey, Sherry Jackson, how are you? Hope everything's going good for you. Love you, Sherry Jackson. Yeah, I agree 100%. If somebody cheats on me, it's over. I'll never trust them again. Yeah, you've spoiled something. You spoiled when you do something like that. You spoil something, regardless if the person says forgive me, forgive me. You can forgive them. You can forgive them, but that thought is never going away in your mind. You spoiled something. It's like you have this nice vase or vase that's worth millions and millions of dollars. You drop that thing. You can put it together with glue all you want. It's no longer a nice vase, and it's no longer worth millions and millions of dollars. You can't do that. I just don't think that people cherish things. Like I don't really care about. I'm going to tell you something right now. I really don't care about cars. I don't care about vehicles. I think that people are into cars are into cars. To me, that's ridiculous. I think that cars are stupid. I don't really care about them. I think that certain things are meant to be used. I think that certain things are meant to be broken or break. A relationship with someone that you're going to be with for supposedly the rest of your life. You're supposed to experience everything with this person. You don't want to ruin that. You want to make that thing better and better. It's like you want to add to that. You want to make that person. Uh, you want to know that person more, and you want to get to a point where if you say something fucked up to that person's going to know exactly what you mean. They're an extension of you. They're an extension of your life. Extension of your life. My vehicle isn't. That thing could burn up tonight, and I'll get another one. I don't care. No sentimental value whatsoever. I understand what you were saying, Seasons. When I was young, I was dating a guy that I caught cheating on me, and when I came home from work early, I know he will never forget me stabbing. Uh, that's another thing. That's another thing about relationships. You can take someone who's totally fine, never committed a crime in their life, never been aggressive towards anyone. You do something like that to them. You're talking about. This is why I was asking about the Gabby Potato thing. What did Gabby Potato do to get strangled by Laundry? No one's asking this. Nobody's asking this. You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out that there was a guy involved, guaranteed, or there was a woman involved, guaranteed. She might not have cheated on him, but he might have gotten caught cheating on her. You're gonna find this out. It's all gonna be because of social media. Watch. And remember, I said that. Remember, I said that. And I didn't do nothing to the girl. I told her, get your clothes and get the fuck out of my house. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I came home, let's say one day, and I see Seasons cheating with a guy, all right, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. I'm not married to that guy. I'm not married to that guy. That guy. That guy has no moral or financial bounds to me. I mean, if he was raping her, that'd be a different story. That'd be a different story. Good, Denise. He's the one that had a commitment to you. So yeah, exactly. Well, no, no. Denise doesn't. No, don't start saying people deserve to get stabbed. Don't say that. That's not true. I don't believe that. No one deserves anything like that. But I understand why someone would get that discouraged with someone to the point where that could happen. Especially if you really, really love the person and you're doing everything to keep that person in your life and keep that person happy. It's frustrating, 100%. But I don't know, Denise. I don't know if she should be saying that he should, or Seasons, so he should get stabbed. I mean, even what that girl did to me with the pregnancy, that's some evil, evil shit. Evil, evil shit. But I hope her the best. I hope that everything works out for her. I just, I, I wouldn't be able to do that, and she's gonna have to live with that for the rest of her life. And I think right now she is. You know, I wouldn't want anyone to ever go through that. That was a very bad choice. Um, I would have rather have been financially destroyed than for that to ever have happened with her and that kid. And I'm telling you, I don't know if it was mine. People have asked me this. I don't even know if it was my kid. I'm telling you right now, I would have rather have raised someone else's kid than for that to ever have happened. I promise you. I promise you without a doubt. I would have loved that kid regardless. There's, what I truly believe that that's one of the most horrible things a human being can do. But you make up your own mind. That's just me. Never mess with Denise. No. Everything is for a reason. I'm very happy to have my husband of 22 years now. Exactly. Exactly. You know what, Denise? I wish that you would have met this guy um, long time ago. I wish he would have met you. And unfortunately, if that had happened, you wouldn't have your stepchildren or whatever you got. You know, yeah, things do work out and things get better. You just got to make it happen. You got to make it happen. And when you start destroying lives instead of making lives, that's not good, in my opinion. You want to destroy lives? You think that's the right thing to do? Go ahead, but I don't think anything good's gonna come from it. The only reason some people fear cheating is because they are afraid of the consequences, and that includes stabbing. Women, women understand that they could die if they cheat. Men should too. Uh, no, I don't agree with that. All right, the reason why I would never cheat is because I wouldn't want to come home every day knowing that that person truly loves me. I'm lying to that person. I can live with myself. You'd have to go to sleep every night knowing this. I can't do that. If you're the type of person that can do that, and go to sleep every night and be like, oh, wake up like, oh, that was the best sleep ever. You better not marry that person. You better not marry that person. Because if they can do that, if they can do that without any problem and not lose sleep over it, not have that would give me PTSD or PTSD. That would ruin a good portion of my life, knowing that I had to live with that. And that person's right next to me every night. No. Nobody should ever get stabbed. We know this. I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's some people can live with themselves. They can be fine with it. They can smile every day. I wouldn't be able to. Finding another person in your bed is totally crazy. I would definitely be breaking everything, and that includes bones. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I would. I'd probably walk out and say, well, "What am I going to do next? What am I like? Because this is obviously not something that I want to be with." And you know, I would just be trying to figure out what I'm going to do next, like how this is going to work out in my favor. Um, like how I'm going to make this okay for me. You know, unfortunately, unfortunately, you might get fucked too. I don't know, but um, I had a friend that went through this, and the wife, I think she caught him without a doubt. I think he fessed up to it, and she said, "Okay, um, if this is what happened," she said, "I want the money back from the wedding because my parents paid for it." And she had a piece of the house. She had a piece of the house, and she goes, "I want this over with as fast as possible. So you keep the house. I just want the money back from the wedding and the whatever. You know, the quickest divorce ever. They were done with everything. I think she might have gotten something else that she was entitled to. But that was it. That's how I would be. That's how I would be. So I would want to get far away from that person as possible. Far away from that person as possible, as fast as possible. Seasons I couldn't control myself, I just lost it and went out of my head. That happens. That happens. People, for instance, I don't know if you guys ever saw the video of, I don't know if I can play it. I could find it. You can find it all over YouTube. There was a kid that was abducted back in the 80s, and they caught the guy who abducted the kid. It was like a karate teacher or something like that. And they were bringing this guy in from, I think, back from Florida. I think he ran away to Florida with the kid. The father, who never committed any crimes in his life, waited for him at a phone booth. When the cops brought him by, he pulled out a gun, shot the guy in the head. All right? Shot the guy in the head. The guy had never ever done anything in his life like that. And you cause like some kind of mental insanity in people. I mean, he never would have done that to anybody if it wasn't for this guy. Like he specifically did it to this guy. He didn't just go out to a grocery store and start shooting people. You know, I, it happens. Yeah. Of course you did, Denise. That is a completely normal reaction. Stabbing. It is no, no, no. It's not a normal reaction. A normal reaction would be not doing that. A psychotic episode, which is caused by that, yes. And that happens. That happens. And you never want to be put in that situation. Never. Because you don't know how you're going to react. Denise is a very nice woman. Very nice woman. She had a psychotic episode because of this, and she didn't know how she was going to react. I guarantee you, Denise, I guarantee you, if I asked you before this happened, would you do that? You'd probably say no. No way in hell. But you did. He did walk out when I got out of jail 2 days later, and he was gone. Never saw him again. Yeah, you're very lucky. That's all that happened. Very lucky. If I wanted to cheat on somebody, I would know that my heart wasn't uh, in it, and I would have the decency to end it. I'm not afraid to be alone, though. Some people are too cowardly to be decent because it's extra work. It's extra work for them. That's what it comes down to. It's extra fucking work. Yeah, very sorry that happened. Denise, listen, Denise shouldn't have been put in that situation. I shouldn't have been put in that situation. And I'm telling you right now, when it comes to this, Denise learned a very valuable lesson. All right. She's very lucky she didn't kill anyone. All right. And she's very lucky that the guy was never in her life ever again. You know, very lucky. So Denise, I know deep down inside you didn't want to do that, right? And you never want to do that again. And you're so happy that you didn't kill the guy, right, Denise? Please, Denise. It's getting hot in here. I'm gonna take off all my clothes. It's getting hot in here. Oh, I have a jar. Oh, I know what I'm gonna eat. Nice. I'm gonna eat some Auntie L's, or no, I'm sorry, Aunt Nellie's 3-bean salad from a jar. Oh my god, this is so good. I don't remember if I wanted to do it or not. I just know when I got out of jail, I almost passed out when I seen all the blood. Man. This is a terrible experience to live through. Terrible. No one should. I know someone who killed someone by accident. It was, I think, manslaughter. And that guy was a driver of he drove for another company. He can't get insured because of that. It was an accident. There were no drugs involved, nothing. And the guy has to live with that all the time. That he killed someone. He killed an old woman. It happened in Birmingham. And I remember the spot where it happened. There's a lot of Filipinos in Birmingham that walk, that don't drive. A lot of immigrants in Birmingham. You would think that a big truck making noise when it's backing up would stop people, but when he backed up, she was right underneath the truck. Like she walked right under the truck. And these trucks had cameras in the back. It wasn't his fault. He ended up in the same hospital Mark Perry did after that happened. Like there were no charges, nothing like that. But to this day, he doesn't drive. Terrible. There was one time I was, I think it was in Pennsylvania, and we were at this guy's property. He bought a bunch of guns, and we're shooting into the woods, right? And what happened was there was a berm, and then after the berm went to this valley and then came back up. But it was like plenty of trees, you know. So we're shooting one day and we see these guys walking towards us. Because we went out past the berm actually, into this valley. We walked and we found these targets up there. So we thought we can just go shoot. And we see these guys in these vests come walking towards us. And they're waving like this. And my friend Jay was with, he's like, oh dude, don't put your gun down. He's like, these guys, something happened. They shouldn't be walking towards us. So these guys come up and they're like, hey, can you guys stop shooting this way? We're like, yeah. And my friend Jay goes, yeah, what happened? He goes, oh, we've been hearing bullets zinging past our trailer. I'm like, what? So they're like, yeah, can we show you where it is so you guys don't shoot that way? We had been shooting past their trailer for 2 days. For 2 days. We could have killed someone back there and never knew about it. I remember getting really sick to my stomach. Really sick. Maybe. Well, whatever it was anger. Denise was angry. When people are stressed out, you got to control that. You have to. Yeah, you're stressed out. Stressed out. I think I know what happened. Let Denise tell you. Yeah, you're right, Seasons. And there has to be a reason for why Gabby Potato was strangled to death. Absolutely. I'm not saying it's a good reason. There's no way I'm saying that. But he had to do it for some reason. I mean, if you're just strangling the woman you're supposedly dating or love, then we gotta know why. You know, gotta know why. Yeah, Denise, you're probably stressed out from work. You know, I don't know. I'm not gonna speak for you, especially after that something like that happens. That's just rude. You know. As far as Gabby Potato goes, people have to know about that. Well, why do you think she was strangled, Seasons? Do you think he was just psychotic and had a psychotic episode, or do you think she got caught doing something, or he got caught doing something? Yeah, it could have been bad. It could have been really bad. I mean, that's bad, but it could have been really bad. And you're very lucky to be in the situation you are now with this man that you love. Imagine being Bergs right now. Imagine being Bergs. Fuck that. I mean, imagine being me. I'm eating beans out of a jar. Beans and string beans. And my dogs keep farting in here, and I just keep eating away. So I'm stoned. Right to understanding how people's brains work, and I've never talked to somebody who stabbed someone. Yeah, that's a fair question. I'd want to know too. I want to know. I mean, I've been pretty pissed off in life, but I never stabbed. Like Craig. Craig gets pissed off. He attacks people. He's known to attack people. On record, he's attacked people. I want to try to understand it too, because I don't want to. I don't want to. I listen. I talked to Denise before. She's not a mean person. She's not an unreasonable person. I've talked to Craig before. Craig's a mean person. He's unreasonable. So I kind of want to know why both of them did that, or not. You know what I mean? Like freaked out. And you know what's weird? I think when it comes down to that, like you know why you did it. You know why you did it, but you got to explain it to people. And, make people understand, and that's kind of risky because Craig's never really explained to me, except for the fact that he told me that this woman was being abused and he was trying to protect her. If that's true, and that's a really bad decision. And Denise, you made a bad decision by doing that. You know that. Look what happened to you. You know. It is okay, Seasons. I always try to put it behind me, but there are times when I could get it out of my head. I can't get it out of my head, and I wonder what I was thinking when I did that instead of just telling him to get out. Well, hopefully you're thinking about it all the time, so it never happens to you ever again. You never do it again. That's the reason why you're always thinking about it. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that a lot of people have to start understanding that, especially people with PTSD. The reason why you keep thinking about it is because you don't want it to happen again. Bad things happen. Bad things happen, but you got to understand that it's, just don't do it. Just don't let it happen again. You live in an imperfect world with imperfect people, and imperfect things happen. If you stay away from certain things, it won't happen. Friends said Brian heard voices, so there's that. Really, Gabby knew of this and went on a trip and with him. So sad. Yeah. So, for instance, this guy is crazy. What did she do to trigger this? It might have been nothing, but I want to know. It would never happen again. I am 62, and I was 23 when that happened, and I have the most amazing man in the world now. Yeah. No, I'm not saying it would. I'm just saying, like, if you think about it all the time, it's because it's important to you. It should be important to you. I think about stuff, like, every once in a while, something keeps me up at night, something I did in the past, and I'm like, why didn't I knew better, And I never want to get in that situation ever again. There are people that fucking go to sleep every night saying, fuck it, who cares? Those are the people you got to worry about, not the people that think about their mistakes. The people that think about their mistakes are the ones you want to be with. Yeah, you have to be a people person to do that. You have to be. I mean, think about it. It's an intimate interaction with another human being. You're grooming them. Denise is a human groomer. You're grooming another human being. You have to be. You have to be that type of person. Yeah, you can't change it. The only thing you can do is make sure it never happens again. And stay away from those situations. Because there's certain things that I've done in my life that I can say, hey, listen, you know what? I can't be in that situation anymore because I know how I'm going to react. It's not good. I react very terrible in that situation. I can't be in that situation. Very. Do you sharpen your scissors or do you send out for new ones? You ever go to a sharpening service? I always wondered about that. Because I wonder if barbers have the same pair they've been using, I got stabbed once, and I remember being very painful. I got stabbed right in my ass. It wasn't a pleasant experience. Maybe you did it because you were internalizing a lot of stuff, and it just exploded. Yeah, it was probably, yeah, I'm sure. Listen, I don't think Denise thought it through. I don't think so. When someone does something like that, either they thought it through, which is very fucked up. Like, I'm gonna fucking stab this motherfucker. I'm gonna cut his face off. I'm gonna cut his throat. Whatever. This was in the moment. This was in the moment. There's a very big difference. Very big difference. But at the end of the day, you break a law, you break the law. You come up with every excuse in the book, but you still gotta still be responsible for that. Denise, I got a question for you. What should I do with my hair? Don't tell me to fucking buzz it off. Don't. Don't tell me to get a wig. Every barber, I started going to this. I went to this Russian guy, right? This guy was awesome. He used to fucking get me stoned before the cut. He would massage me, and then he would start cutting. And he would talk about going out with all different girls. He was married too. He would go out with all these different girls. And one day he's like, Dave, he's like, I think it's time you to start buzzing your head. Like, what? Buzzing my head. And then I started realizing, I'm like, well, this guy's just really stoned. He don't want to fucking work. He don't want to work. He just wants $20-something from me to buzz my head. And he would sit there and just fucking buzz. And he would go over it 3 times. He goes, oh, it's a lot harder to buzz someone's head than. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. No, it's not. No, it's not. I think when people find out why things happen, then they can let go of it and move on and not have guilt. Guilt is a killer. Guilt is a killer. Literally, yeah, causes stress. Stress releases. The fuck is it? What chemical is that in your body? Which causes inflammation and all that shit. Anyway, yeah, it's not good. I do not have time to think it through. I didn't have time to think it through. It was so fast, and I was in such shock that I just lost it, I guess. Yeah, of course. Of course you did. No toupees. Yeah, I gotta start. I gotta buzz my head again. I think I'm gonna do it super tight. I think I'm gonna do it super tight this time. I'm just always afraid. I'm just always afraid that I fucked up the back. So the first couple days that I'm with my new haircut that I do, I'm always like thinking, are people staring at the back of my head? Like, is there a spot that I missed? So I've seen that before. I had a friend who cut his hair, and I'd be like, dude, you missed a spot all the time. And be like, ah, fuck it. I'm like, no, cut that. He has the best hair. I don't know why. He was shaving his head just because a little bald spot. It's not even really noticeable. Yeah, it's because you're 5'2", Seasons. You can't see it. Cortisol, yeah, exactly. Cortisol. That's what it is. Yeah, it's released in your body. It's not good for you, especially if it's released all the time. Now I'm super hungry. Fuck. Well, we're almost coming up on 2 hours. Maybe I'll go to the store and come back. I'll go get some like energy drinks, candy, and I'll make coffee and I'll go live. I kind of want Twizzlers for some reason. Not the long Twizzlers, but like those bites. I want those Twizzler bites for some reason. I don't know why. I want a pack of those. I don't want any gummies. I don't want gummy worms or gummy bears. Um, Maybe I'll get a pack of those Twizzlers, those little Twizzler things. Um, I'll get some kind of energy drink. I'll get a bottle of water. Maybe Reese's Pieces or Milk Duds. Maybe I'll get a box of Milk Duds. Yeah, Milk Duds. When you're stoned, I'm gonna be honest with you, Milk Duds are the best because all you're doing is chewing, 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 and you're like, this never stops. It's an amazing feeling. Amazing feeling. Milk Duds and being stoned. No, it's not that, Seasons. It's you got to remember, I used to have very thick hair, very thick and luxurious hair. I'm not kidding. I had some of the thickest hair known to man. Look at this, and it used to go like I would have thickness all the way down my beard. You know what? You know what's really really good hair? The detective that's taking care of my case, Detective David. Detective David, if you're watching this, I'm telling you right now, you have the most amazing beard, the most amazing hair I've ever seen on a human being. Plus, he's a very good-looking man. Very good-looking man. He's very intelligent. Very intelligent. But you know, I'm talking about hair that like the wind probably just blows over. Like it's not getting like there's no. He has very very thick hair, like an Aztec, like an Aztec. I'm gonna trim up this beard tomorrow too, so it's nice and fresh for Monday. Oh, I still don't know where I'm going Monday. I won't have my phone until Monday night. You still do, just not in that spot. It's not bald. It's just really thin, but it's not even noticeable. You're being a baby. I'm not being a baby. I'm just telling you. It's It. I would use the word wispy hair, not thin. I don't like thin. I like wispy. Yes, like an Aztec god. You know what I'm talking about. That very thick black hair. Very thick black hair. I don't know if you took steroids when you were younger, but they do make you lose hair. No, I never took steroids. No, you know what? listen. I used to take. I used to take a lot of creatine and stuff like that. I don't know if that would do that, but I do know that I'm pretty sure I had high levels of testosterone, high levels, and I mean, my father's bald. My brothers aren't. I'm the only one that lost hair. Um, so I mean, but I didn't go like bald. I went like Bruce Willis bald. I don't know how else to explain it. I think it's testosterone because he's a hairy beast. Yeah, yeah. I have a lot of chest hair. I have sporadic hairs on my back. I have very long hair under my armpits, and I have hairs all the way down to my feet, my foots. I don't have hair on my. Well, I do have hair on my toes, but I have hair on my knuckles. As you can see, I don't have the midgetitis or whatever the fuck they call it. I had a Korean friend with that who had hair here. I forgot what the fuck they call it, midgetis or something like that. But yeah, he had hair here. My hair stops right here. Yes, that's true. A lot of male energy. There's nothing. There's really nothing feminine about me, except my love for my prince. Oh, I love you so much, my little boy. Look at that little tongue hanging out. It's always hanging out. It's always hanging out. Oh, I love you, little wishy. Do you love your daddy? Do you love your daddy? Uh-oh, Johnny, what?
One hit time. One hit wonder.
Oh. Tino, you want kisses too? Come up by daddy. Come up by daddy, Tino. Come on. Come on. Oh, Tino. What love. Angel. You want kisses? Do you want hugs? Do you want daddy to give you scratches? Huh? My little boy. Must be natural male Yeah, it's MPB. Exactly. My brother started doing bald when he was 23. He has a full head of hair now because I sent him to a place to get hair plugs, and there is nothing more natural. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Except for Joe Biden. Joe Biden had terrible hair plugs, and the reason why is because let's say you start getting hair plugs when you start losing hair. You don't know how much of the hair you're going to lose. So, for instance, if I started getting hair plugs and I lost all this hair, and while I was getting hair plugs, I would have sporadic I would look like doll hair. It would look like doll hair. You got to be very, very careful about hair plugs. Very careful. And it can be very embarrassing, hair plugs. Look at our president. Our president has the worst hair out of any president. Any president.
Hey, Wishbone, you had your time. Yeah. You had your time. No.
Denise, my brother's ex-girlfriend was a co-owner in Hair Club for Men. Dave does not want to get plugs. No, I do not. No. Because the reason why I don't want to get them is because I've seen too many guys with that shit, and it looks ridiculous. It looks like doll hair. It looks like doll hair. Yeah, I will do the comb over. That's what I've been doing now. Check it out.
You got hair, Dave. What?
Check it out. Check out the comb over. The comb over is coming back. I'll bring it back. Trump's hair is ridiculous. It's ridiculously thick. It's ridiculously thick. don't think it's fake. I think what they did
They
was
just flipped it over, right?
no. I think what they did. So if you get like, you can do a surgery where
Implant.
no, if you have a bald spot, you have a lot of skin up here. What they can do is they can cut your head and bring your scalp together. I think that's what he did.
Crazy.
Joe Biden has bad hair. Joe Biden has ridiculous hair. Joe Biden has hair plugs.
Joe Biden had a problem.
Trump's hair when the wind blows. Yeah, exactly. The hair was fine. You never saw a bald spot on that guy.
Do you need to go out?
Huh?
Do you need to go out?
You want to let him out?
Well, I don't know.
You're right next to the door. You want to let him out? You want to let him out?
Yeah?
You want to let him out?
Well, I let him out, but I don't want to get in trouble. I'm drunk, baby.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't watch him.
party time tonight?
I want to do a funeral, remember? That's what I drank.
You gotta be up tomorrow.
She said late, so I got a late run.
What time?
All right. 3, 4 o'clock.
You going to the Piermont Street Fair? Really? Well, Elon Musk too. Elon Musk. I don't know. I think Elon Musk did Propecia or something like that. Let me see if I can find a photo of Elon Musk when he was bald.
What?
Because no one believes me about this.
He was definitely bald. You're a little baby, aren't you? Girl? It's like a.
All right, here it is.
Stop. Good boy. Hey, that's all we're doing, right? Not about the ball every day, all right?
There it is.
Very good. All right?
Elon Musk was bald.
What? You swallow the eagle.
So explain this to me. Did he get hair plugs, or did he take Propecia?
Put that Rogaine on his head. What do you want?
I can tell you that her dad's hair does not look like doll hair. It's majestic, and he's got tons of it. Well, he might have gotten tons of treatments for it. Who knows? Who knows? Trump's hair is like a foot long, and he spirals it on the top of his head and sprays it. Yeah, it's an amazing hairstyle, a genius one. Most geniuses have awesome hairstyles. Like adamant. I think it's great that I really don't bother you much a lot of. I think it's great that it really doesn't don't bother you much. A lot of men that are getting male pattern baldness always wear hats to hide it. No, I never hide it. He admits to plugs. Oh, really? They're plugs? Because I know someone who was on Propecia and worked fine. Brought back all of his hair. All of it. It's called a beehive, and it's not amazing. Yes, it is. I think it's amazing hair. Would I ever get it? No. No, but I think it's amazing that someone would actually do that. That's I mean Adam Ant did that. All right. Get outside. Come on.
That was quick. Cool. Right.
I think it's absolutely amazing. Let's see.
Sit. Sit.
See if there's anything else. Let's see if we can look up bad hair plugs. There we go. These are some bad hair plugs. What? Oh, is it? Oh, you want me to have it?
Yeah.
You don't want it?
Well, I put it here.
Yeah, but are you gonna have more drinks tonight?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm not. They drink that, right?
Thanks, man. Thanks.
But it's brand new.
You sure you're not gonna drink anymore? You're done? All right.
Well,
Have...
it's hard, but I went through a lot.
All right. Well, if you want it, it's there.
I talked to her all night.
Yeah.
She felt like, yeah. She doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, it sucks.
You know what I mean?
It's terrible. Sorry to hear that, John.
No. Oh, somebody's calling.
Okay. I get it. I get it. Like, you don't, you go to a funeral and things suck and whatever, but I never had the urge to get fucked up because I don't know what that is. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I know a lot of people do that, but it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't at all. Let's see Joe Biden hair plugs. Joe Biden had a nice head of hair when he was younger. All right, let's check it out. Let's check out Joe Biden's fabulous hair. And there's one thing you can't say about Trump is that Trump had pictures of him when he was younger, and he never had any kind of balding whatsoever. So here you go. So here's Joe Biden when he was younger. Nice head of hair. Got a nice smile. Big nose for sniffing. Then all of a sudden, he starts losing it. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Joe starts losing it. But look at the chin. Look at the jawline. Still looking good. Still that stupid smile, right? He always had that like half smile, like only half the side of his face worked. The other one didn't. It's called lazy face. And then still kind of looking good, but then boom! Look at this. Look at this. Look at the hair plugs on the right. That looks ridiculous and disgusting. It starts looking like doll hair. You see the doll hair? That looks like doll hair. The one on the right. All right, let me look at that. Look at that. You're telling me that looks good? No. Look at those fucking teeth. Those are all caps too, by the way. Those are all fucking caps. Bad teeth. Bad teeth. Look at that. Very wispy right there. No, those are the hair plugs that stayed in there after his first session of hair plugs. That's what that is. That's what happens. So you keep losing hair, and the hair plugs stay in there. I think he had some more done. And look at this. Look at this crap. Look at this crap. It looks like I think it looks like pubic hair. It looks like they took pubic hair and added it to his head. You want to bet he dyes his hair white? You want to bet? You can see the roots. You can see the roots of the dark hair. Because I guarantee you he's got a lot of black hair up top. Guaranteed. That looks like pubic hair on the left. That's disgusting. I don't know where they got that hair from, but that looks disgusting. That is a shame. Look at that. Look at that crap. That is the worst presidential hair I've ever seen in my life. The worst. I don't know how you guys can make fun of Trump's hair and not make fun of this guy's hair. Terrible. Terrible. While it has been great chatting with you, Noodles and Seasons, but I have to go for. Oh, okay, take care. I think I'm gonna go get some candy and rub it all over my head.
Welcome back, everyone. So today we are talking about presidential candidates Joe Biden and Donald Trump and their hairline. So if you want to find out about what's going on with that, keep on watching.
Here we go.
There has been a lot of drama, to say the least, this year with the presidential candidates, and we couldn't help but notice their hairline. So this has been an evolving thing over the years. So I have to say, there is one thing that they do share in common, and that is being politically correct. So we all know President Donald Trump is famous for a lot of things, but especially that comb over that he sports all the time. So there's been a lot of speculation.
It's nice hair.
What type of hair procedures he's done, or if he has a toupee, and today we are going to answer all your questions about that. On the other hand, Joe Biden is known for having a hair transplant in the past, and his pictures from back in the day show evidence that he had a high class of hair loss. But despite Biden's hair loss, he does seem to have a reasonably good hairline in front. So today,
It's fake. It's fake. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a fake hairline.
So, Dr. Mojave, tell us what you think.
Good hairline.
Thanks for having me. It's interesting to talk about the.
This guy looks nuts.
Of Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden's hair restoration procedure. So this hair restoration and hair transplantation have been the subject of.
Cindy, Rogaine only works in the back. It doesn't work up front. Ask me how I know.
A hairline that is specific for him, his signature. So he is having his own special comb over, and a lot of people are asking, what's down there? What is he trying to hide? So we know for a fact, we know that Mr. Trump has had a procedure called the scalp reduction.
Scalp reduction, right.
Older methods, hair restoration procedure that we're not performing it anymore. Or I'm not aware of anybody is performing that anymore. It used to be like before we had hair transplant with current technology that we can remove single follicles or single follicular units one at a time and place them and make it perfectly natural. Without having this technology, we had no choice but instead of putting hair, remove the baldness. So basically, the scalp reduction.
That's funny. That's funny, George.
So basically, when you have a bald area on the crown area or on the top, so you start removing that bald skin and bring your hair areas close together. At the end, you can eliminate that baldness and you have a scar at the middle. around it and you can go over it. But the problem is hair loss never stops. Hair loss keeps getting expanded and extended, so you have to keep doing this procedure, and at some point you don't have enough hair-bearing skin to cover the area. So patients are ending up with a big area of baldness with a huge scar at the middle. So they have no choice but to comb over that. There are rumors that you might have a rotational flap. That's when instead of putting hair, like hair transplant, we remove a piece of the skin from the back, not completely, to keep the pedicle here with the vessel and rotate it, and from the back, bring it to the front and put it on the hairline. It gives you a solid hairline in front, which is kind of unusual a little bit for the very front of the hairline, and the direction of the hair, instead of going forward and down, it goes up, which is making it weird. The other problem with that is if you look very closely,
All right,
you can see
Phantom.
right in front of that flap. So that's probably one of the reasons that his hairline is okay, but it still is combing over. He has shown on the scar. Donald, President Trump has shown his hairline, and it looks pretty solid, but he's still doing the comb over because there's something behind that. We are looking at the very frontal 2 centimeter, which is pretty decent, but right behind it, there's probably complete baldness or depleted area. Follicle.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohabi. And what about Joe Biden? What do you think over the years he's done? What do you think of his hairline and his hair loss? We're super curious to know.
Joe Biden had a hair transplant procedure. We know it because when you look
Does his
at
hair look like fucking doll hair?
and the back of the scalp, you see a specific pattern that is not natural. You see a hairline that's relatively good, and the hairline that's even juvenile at a location that's kind of low for the man.
It looks like someone. It looks like doll hair.
Camera goes in the back, you see a huge area of baldness in the crown. So that means that he had a hair transplant in front and probably has not been considered.
Yeah, so he's doing a comb over. Joe Biden's doing a comb over.
He had a hair transplant early on, and the hairline was created at the level he did. But
This is so stupid.
to lose hair, for some reason, he couldn't do another hair transplant. So he didn't want to do another hair transplant. Now he ended up with a huge balding area and a hairline that is not going hand in hand with that huge.
Yeah, so he fucking combs it over.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohabi.
Wait, whoa! They didn't say anything about Joe Biden's comb over. Jesus Christ, man.
So if you guys have any other questions in regards to hair loss or hair restoration or anything cosmetic procedures, check us out at
Wow,
cosmetic.com.
that's ridiculous.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media.
Yeah, I'm not gonna follow you. That's ridiculous. They basically told you that Joe Biden has a comb over without saying it, but they wanted to say that Trump has a comb over. You ever know? Did you notice that? Did you notice that? Wow, wow. Why is the hair on our heads the only hair we don't want to get rid of? Um, because I guess baldness equal like makes you look sick. I don't know. I don't know. If you think about it, the hair on your face, right, will keep growing. The hair on your head, but not your pubic hair, not your armpits, not the hair on your arms. The hairs on your head. My eyebrows don't keep growing. My nose hairs do though. They keep growing. I gotta keep cutting them. I think that's fucking weird too. Joe Biden and Bob Barker take turns sharing the same wig. I don't know. It's a wig. It's a fucking it's a hair plug comb over. It's a hair plug comb over. And you guys want to make fun of Donald Trump's hair, but not Joe Biden's? Entire. Um, seasons. Every place, every place will give you tires. Like they'll give you 3 tires and one free. Um, you got to get all those tires replaced. You gotta get them all. You're gonna spend like $900 to $1,000 to get those tires replaced on that car. You're not gonna get out of that. Maybe 800 the least. Yeah, right. Like Biden does a comb over. He's got the hair plugs in the front, and he takes those hair plugs and he goes like this. What a fucking loser. I always wanted to grow a bush so long that it would hang out of my pant leg. Well, unfortunately, that will never happen because your pubic hair stopped growing. For some strange reason. But, oh, fuck. Yeah, I think I'm going to go out. You guys got to stay here. You got to stay. Daddy's going to go out, buy candy and cookies. I hate to say it, but there's nothing better than Coca-Cola. I really hate to say that. I mean, obviously, sex and drugs, sometimes alcohol, but Coca-Cola. Don't tell me RC Cola's good or Pepsi's better than this or whatever. Coca-Cola is the best. And the best Coca-Cola is Mexican Coke. That's the best. Hey, out on the wire. I mean, oh, hey, White Tupac, what's up? I have to go do it tomorrow. I will look around, but I don't know anything about buying tires. Uh, you can get cheap tires on there, but I'm telling you, it's still going to be like $800. That's what I used to do on my truck. I used to buy the cheapest ones I could buy. I'd get the all-terrain ones, and I would just run them. I would get like 50,000 miles out of them, for $800. Nah, no, no. I'm sorry, out on the wire. There's no way. There's no way. Tino, do you want this? Do you want the Coke, Tino? Do you want some Coca-Cola? Go ahead, take it. I just paid someone $500 to steal a new pair. Yeah, right. There you go. That's what you should do. Seasons. I don't know what the seasons are like in where you live, but oh, yeah, they can play with it. She's gonna blow you. I can't wait to sell this car. Don't ever buy a Lexus SUV. My CRV was way more comfortable and cheaper to drive. Yeah, maybe you should get one of those. I did like that car though. Add 12 tablespoons of sugar to water, then start talking. Yeah, exact. Well, what is it? I think it's like 30 something grams or milk. Yeah, I think it's 30 something grams of sugar in a Coke. I got a tire guy. I could set you up for 500 installed. Really? Yeah, the cheapest I ever got them for my truck for 4 tires would be like $800. And those are, if you get like Goodrich or Goodyear or whatever the fuck it is, you're gonna spend a lot of money. Let's look this up. Hold on.
You see that? You know. Give me that. Hey. You know. Give me. Hey. Hey. Stop. You know. Come here. Give me that. Hey. You're crazy with it. You know. Come here. Stop. What? Yeah. Good look, crazy. You know? Oh, give me that. Hey, stop. Give me that. Drop it. Drop it. Stop. Zero. Zero's the man.
Guys, what's going on? Your boy Amor here.
Alright,
Another
stop.
tire
Yeah.
topic
Come here.
today. Another
Give me that thing.
topic. So
You
today's
know.
topic is going to be
Stop making love to it. Come here.
versus
Hey.
no-name tires.
You eat the cat first, right? Come here.
Why should I buy them? And all these questions.
There we go.
Four tires going with your four tires.
Okay.
Tires,
Stop.
brand new tire, the four
Where's
Infinity
the cat?
tires here, and we've got four
Hey, stop eating it. Hey, drop it. Hey, thank you. Look, he eats the cat.
Vending and sailing, both made in China. Now, Amar,
No good.
I get asked all the time right off the bat, should I buy
Hey,
brand new?
stop.
Should I buy?
Hey, sit.
Now, this is facts.
You sit.
This topic I'm talking about
Listen to me.
has facts, and
You
it
can't
has
eat the cat.
personal facts. Personal facts. Let's get.
Oh, come on, just
Budget. Are you brand name cars? Four brand name cars. $140. This tire here is defending Chinese tires going to cost you $106. Salem's going to cost you $100. Now, that's the biggest thing that drives everything life is price. Now, quality. Every single tire has to meet Canada's safety rules and regulations. Okay, so right off the bat, every tire here is certified to be on the
Hey, get over here.
Ontario.
Get up.
$40
Get over here.
This company's putting $40 worth
Get
of
up.
material and safety in these tires.
Get over
So
here.
this company's putting more.
What do you got? You got
Every
one?
single tire here is up at quality, at par. And I sell every single tire, and I can sleep well at night telling you that I'm comfortable selling this $140 car, this $106 Infinity, and this $100 sale. So no doubt in my mind, I can sell you any
Right,
tire.
right? It's your
I'm
brother.
confident that I give my customers a good product. Now, brand name tires, what you're going to find is every brand name tire is 25, 40,
What?
You're paying for branding. You're paying for
Get up.
corporation.
Get over here.
Big plate glass windows on those high rise.
Get up. Not good. What? Get over here. Get over
We
here.
have a Chinese tire here, which a tire was
There you
built in
go.
Canada, both first class, both Chinese tires. They sent one guy, and
What?
that one
You
guy
better
looked
not
at
be
me and
bigger.
says, hey, listen,
You know?
I
Turn
need
the other way.
50,000
All right.
of these tires to pump out.
Yeah.
all right. So basically, I'm telling you right now, I bought cheap tires, and I get great mileage from them. Same shit. Just run them till it. Especially, listen, if you're thinking about selling that car, seasons, you know, just put new tires on there and fucking get the money back. You know, because they're gonna come to you when you go to sell that car. They're gonna say, well, it needs new tires. What I'm the drunk uncle is going on here? We're talking about tires. Fred Flintstone had it good. One set of tires would last him a few million years. Right. Yeah, you should get some stone tires. But Yeah, I don't think there's any difference. I mean, there probably is, but the fuck do you care? You know. Again, I'm not. I'm like maybe for someone who's a geek into cars or something like that, they got to have these nice tires. I don't need that. I just need tires.
Yeah, don't worry.
Hey Gracie, what's up? Yeah, he's drunk right now.
Who? Me?
Yeah, they're asking if you're right.
Yeah, no, you can't eat that plastic. You want to eat it?
They're not eating it; they're just chewing it.
Yeah, start eating. The other one was going to eat the cat, remember?
Yeah, eat it.
Two of you were fucking in the order. Look at it. It was in his belly.
They chew it. I'm like he's gonna eat it.
No, he's gonna eat it. Alright. He can't get nothing. He knows all over it, though. Yeah?
They're getting jealous.
No, it's bad. Look at him.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Hey, I went to a funeral on the way. So,
Yeah, John's been through a lot today, guys.
yeah, dude,
He's been through a lot today.
Too much. Yeah.
There's technology that can give tires a lifetime of the vehicle, but the tire industry, yeah, you can. And also, you know you know what else is coming out that's going to be very big on the wire? The airless tires. They're just milled out pieces of rubber. They've been around for a long time. They use them on backhoes and shit like bulldozers all the time. And now they're putting them on bicycles. They're putting them on cars. And I think you could run. I think you could break them. I think you could rip them up like 75%. And you'll still drive on them. Money is all that matters. That's true. That's true.
Hey, I told you what. Tires like that thing. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a little bit. Stop. You know what? I didn't ever eat with it. Okay. No more. No more.
My Mini Cooper has
I
airless.
got, you know,
Really?
You know what? I'm throwing this out.
Wait, is it just a solid tire, or is it like a tire that's milled out? So they'll have the tire, and they mill out like cuts in the tire. It goes right through, so that when it still has bounce to it. It's not a solid piece of rubber. Because that can be dangerous with a solid piece of rubber. Because if let's say you slam on the brakes, I've seen this happen before, where you slam on the brakes and now you got like friggin' like a flat spot. You're always driving around, it's like bump, 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 bump.
Alright?
I've seen that on bulldozers,
Alright.
where one wheel will lock up and they'll still try to use it.
Yeah.
Where
2 each. 2 each is all. What? Yeah. Yeah. I don't want it on the lights off. What? Okay.
night. Okay. All right. Feel better. Long day. Long day. They're almost solid. Mini Coopers don't come with spares. I didn't know that. I can't put regular air in my tires. It's something else. Can't remember. What? How can you not put regular? Listen, I'm not a tire expert. I've never heard of that. I once bought a set of tires called Hindenburgs. They were full of hydrogen. Bad idea, right? I wonder if he did that. If he filled up the tires with helium, if it would make the car drive funny. Probably not. I'm sure someone has done that. I'm sure someone has done that. They had to have. Yes. Feel better. Yes. hmm This was the Glock that Pat Brosnan. Let's see if we can check out some Pat Brosnan stuff. This is the guy who gave me the Glock. I got this from him in the early 2000s. I think he had just retired from the police department. He was a detective.
Detective Pat Brosnan. All right, Pat, this guy Archer, he shoots Officer Hartnett with a gun that was apparently stolen or lost by a police officer in 2013. Do you think we'll be able to find out any more about the circumstances of this gun getting into the hands of this man?
Well, it's difficult to say, Judge. The fact is that Archer has been very forthcoming as it relates to his motivation, which is clear by.
So this guy used to be all steroided up. He was used to be on a lot of steroids. This guy. Um, I remember when I first met him, he used to come down with all these girls, right? Like all these women, like these supermodels. Like, what the fuck's this guy doing? And then I used to see him on Fox all the time. This isn't like when I first met him. This is later. This stuff's later on. But he was all roided up, and he came down one day. He's like, you want a calendar? I'm like, a calendar? He goes, yeah, I make calendars now. And it's like him. It's like every picture in the calendar was him with these girls. He used to hang out with like all these like supermodels, and like he would come down and go shooting with them. Very bizarre dude.
Words that came out of his mouth, as you pointed out earlier. I understand, Judge, this is a fable that was spun by that mentally deranged individual masquerading as the mayor. I mean, it's madness. It's absolute madness. It drives me complete distraction. I mean, really, he is a sickening example of a little baby who's terrified to say the T word. It used to be the N word. Now it's the T word. And it's all part of the big lie coming out of the White House. Yeah, but you know what? The fact is, throw him out on Monday. That was disgusting what he said.
But Pat, nobody was even.
Yeah, he was a weird dude. But so he had this Glock that he had this Glock. This is the Glock that he gave me, and he told me that this was a Glock that he had when he was on duty. Right? It's a it's a Gen 2, by the way. It's a Gen 2. I took out the one thing that I fucked up. He did have the. I don't think no. Maybe he didn't. This way, I know. I don't think I put the because a lot of the NYPD guns had that 15-pound trigger or 12-pound trigger. I don't know if I replaced it, but anyway, um, I got this from him for like $200, $200, and the reason why I did was because the owner of the store is like, dude, you should buy that from him. I'm like, why? They're like, because it's Pat Brosnan. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't know anything about this guy. And he goes, dude, he was the last cowboy. I'm like, what are you talking about? Supposedly he killed a bunch of guys. So this gun could have actually killed a lot of criminals. He used to bust in doors and shoot people. They called him the last cowboy or something like that. Pat Brosnan. Sorry. You are 100% right. He's a big troll. John's very funny. He's a big troll. He knows a lot about people. He's a hacker too. He likes to hack, and he will be going to jail very soon. And I will apprehend him. I don't believe that, George, but I do believe there's a big trade-off, and I personally don't ever feel the need to take part in the trade-off, but I understand and support those that do want to. Shut your fucking mouth. Don't you ever talk to George like that in front of me ever again, Seasons. There you go. The king has spoken. The king has spoken. Let's see. Yeah, so now he's got this. Yeah, now he's got this Brosnan risk consultant shit. He's all over Manhattan. He's got a very big company now.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's exciting news that I wanted to share with everyone that Boston Risk Consultants, a New York-based company, we're moving to Northwest Arkansas. We'll be opening up our office in Bentonville.
Shut up. Yeah, bro, what's up?
Our world is becoming more complex. In today's ever-evolving threat landscape, companies and organizations need a more dynamic, comprehensive approach to risk mitigation.
We live in a world where our clients are faced with threats, and those threats are becoming more and more unpredictable. And the severity of those threats and the frequency of those threats are increasing. We believe technology can be used in a very innovative way to mitigate those threats and actually prevent many of those threats from occurring in the first place.
Established in 1996, Brosnan Risk Consultants protects your people, property, and assets by understanding and mitigating risk.
Well, tensions are high following the murders of two of New York City's finest. The NYPD officers were shot by a gunman at close range on Saturday afternoon while they were sitting in their patrol car in Brooklyn. Now, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is facing some intense criticism for his troubled relationship with the city's police force, including from former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Chris.
I don't think something like this, you can do this kind of secondary liability. This person's responsible, that's person's responsible. But if you want to say,
Let's see what Pat Brosnan has to say about this.
This weekend, I want to get your reaction to what Mayor Giuliani just said.
Well, it's very rare that I disagree with Zahn. I'm a huge fan. He's a great guy. For this instance, I would state that
not only was Mayor de Blasio directly involved, treated as emboldenment, he emboldened. What happened here is you have a divination, a dehumanizing of the police, an emboldenment of protesters who felt empowered to the extent from senior government, directly from senior government, tacit approval, that they felt empowered that they could chant. When we want dead cops, when we want it now, rhetoric has consequences. In this case, deadly consequences.
Though violence was condemned by.
That's true. Pat Brosnan is correct. Pat Brosnan is 100% correct. And thank you, Pat Brosnan, for my Gen 2 Glock that you sold to me in the early 2000s with the with the Trigencon night sights on it. This is a very early. This is a very early model of the Gen 2. Very early model. I believe that Pat might have known that, but he said, I want to give this pistol to someone who deserves it. And he definitely said, David Boldo, you deserve this pistol. You deserve this pistol. You can have it. It'll be a collector's item one day because I owned it. And it's true. It's very true. Women are unhappier than ever because they've fallen out of harmony with the natural order of things. That's true. That's absolutely true, George. Absolutely. They can't they can't take it. They can't take it. There's a lot of responsibility now for these women, and they are going nuts. They're going nuts right now. Men have never had it so easy. Men have never had it so easy. We've tricked them into taking on more responsibility than they've had ever in human existence. And they're having a very hard time dealing with it. Very hard time, George. But they'll get used to it. A couple more generations and they'll get used to it. Trust me, George. Antidepressant use among women is off the charts right now. At least that's what I heard. Let's check that out. Let's check that out right now. Antidepressant. And there's supposedly a lot of sexual dysfunction. Stop, Wishbone.
You know, a lot of women feel like they just gonna try to become pregnant and then
It turns them into fat beasts. Oh, the CDC. No, I don't know what that was all about. That was ridiculous. See if I can find a young me rocking out. I remember being really drunk that night. Really drunk. Fonz. You remember the episode where Arthur Fonzarelli meets his real father? His father was a sailor or something like that. Oh man, Fonz. Let me see what else is going on here.
New Jersey 101.5, we sleep and breathe the Great Garden State.
Oh shit, that's where I should have went. Fuck. Sorry guys, I'm forgot about this place. Wishbone, stop. Stop.
Because I upload new videos every time. All right, with all that said, let's get into Riverdale, New Jersey. So just over 9,000 people call Riverdale, New Jersey home. But where is Riverdale? It's one of the beautiful towns that encompasses the Pascack Valley of Bergen County, New Jersey. Riverdale really has a lot to offer. It's a very popular town. So there's lots of reasons why residents of Riverdale love living here. So I'm going to get into many of those reasons now, and I'm going to give you a couple of cons. Things that, I've heard some buyers who have said, Riverdale is really for me. Different strokes for different folks. But listen, cons for one person are not cons for
This
someone
guy's
else.
gay.
Riverdale really is a wonderful town. So before I get into those pros and cons, I just need to ask, do you like free stuff? Make sure you stick around.
Oh, shut up. Just talk about Riverville.
I'll give you that information for you. Okay, the number one reason why people love living in Riverdale, it's the homes, it's the homes, it's the homes. There From colonial, bi-level, split level, to ranches, new construction, you can find just about every single home type. So let's quickly talk about some of the real estate statistics, and then I'll take you for a tour. So like I said earlier, the town has just over 9,000 residents. Riverdale really has that more sparsely suburban feel. Homes tend to be a little bit more spread out, and your median home value in Riverdale is about maybe $620,000. Of course, like every town, you're going to find price points below that, as well as price points above. In fact, in Riverdale, your higher price point is probably going to be about $1.5 million. Median rents in Riverdale tend to be about $1,600. One thing about Riverdale in comparison to some of the other towns in the Pascack Valley, your property taxes tend to be about 15 to 20% higher compared to some of the other local towns. Sometimes you might hear Riverdale being broken up into two sections. You've got the main part of Riverdale, which is kind of the lower section, and then you have northern Riverdale, and that actually continues all the way up to the top. I love showing homes in Riverdale just because of the opportunities with different architecture there, and just because of the feel of the neighborhood as you're driving through. Speaking of which, are you ready to go on a neighborhood tour?
Stop. But everyone's not. Everyone's lawn's manicured. There's no, there's no, people. You gotta remember this is in the fall too. This guy's doing this.
Another reason residents love living in Riverdale, you can find some excellent public schools in this town.
Stop.
What makes the school system appealing? You've got lower student to teacher class ratio, as well as higher test scores. Riverdale has two elementary schools. You've got Woodside and you've got Riverdale. There's one
Me and Craig went to Roberge.
and then finally high schoolers will go to Pascack Valley High
That's
School.
where me and Craig went.
Pascack Valley is actually shared with a few other towns in the Pascack Valley. So not just Riverdale residents go there, but you've got Montvale, Woodcliff Lake, as well as Hillsborough residents. Pascack Valley High School is definitely known for its athletic program as well as its academics. So with these great school options, it's another reason why residents love living in this town. All right, next up, let's talk about the amenities of Riverdale. You've got some excellent local restaurants. Places like Freco's Cafe, Amada Thai Kitchen, which actually has some really excellent food, and I love the vibe in that restaurant. You actually get takeout from Cuban Eddie's food, great Cuban food.
It's not. I don't have a new number, Bergs. I gotta get my phone on Monday.
Or you can just pick up a quick slice of pizza. Your other basic needs in the
That's where I got swatted. Botter swatted
You've
me.
got a Walgreens, 7-Eleven. You've got Fitness 19, which is a local gym. You've got a Dunkin' Donuts. And you've got nail salons as well as driving. One place I like to go for food gifts is Minnie's Kitchen. They've got great
No one goes there.
cookies and treats and things that are different stuff. Really, really delicious stuff. There's also a lot to do in the warmer months in Riverdale as well. If you're a biker, a lot of bikers use Riverdale Road as well as Orangeburg Road to take them over the border right into Rockland County, New York. It's a popular route to take bikers up into Nyack, New York, as well as Fremont. Throughout the summer and early fall months, Riverdale also has a great farmers market. And if you're a golfer, which I am not, I attempt. I don't do well, but I do love to be out golfing. You've got two places you can consider golfing in Riverdale. So you've got the Riverdale Country Club right on Riverdale Road. It's semi-private, not too expensive, and the rates actually include your golf cart. Then you have the Edgewood Country Club, which is a private club in Riverdale. And this private club offers a pool, a gym, there's an event hall, various activities for members, as well as a bar and a restaurant. The golf club used to have 27 holes, and 9 of those holes are going away, and they're actually building some new construction. Oh yeah, one other thing that I forgot. In October, Riverdale celebrates the town by having Riverdale Town Day. There you've got rides, games, food. It's just a great day for residents to get together and celebrate why Riverdale is such a good town. Okay, so those were some of the pros of Riverdale. Let me throw in a couple of cons. And again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just using this feedback that I've heard from buyers. Let me tell you, they're not deal breakers. It just depends on what you're looking for and what's important to you. Buyers and people who are looking for more of that, let's say that downtown feel, like Westwood or Hillsdale, where everything is more central. Rivervale has a central area, but things are a little bit more spread out. It's actually
Yeah, because you don't want people going in that town. You want people to go to other towns.
everything's kind of spread out a little bit more, if that makes sense. Where, like, if you drive through Westwood, everything is a little bit more distinct. It just has that town. Like I said, though, Riverdale has everything you could possibly need and want. And it's close to your grocery stores and other towns. But if you're looking for that more compact downtown area, Riverdale doesn't have that same feel that maybe some of the other towns have. The other comment I've heard from folks who looked at Riverdale is that commuting is not as easy as in some of the other towns that are past. So in some of my other
Yes, you need to be rich to live in Ruralville. You can't. We don't have mass transit in that town. That's why we don't have homeless people.
Or you can take the train to Hoboken and get on the path to Lower. So Riverdale sits just east of that train line. And if you wanted to take a train, you'd have to find some public parking, which a couple of the towns do offer. So for instance, Hillsdale has some public parking. So you have to drive to Hillsdale, park there, and you'd be able to park. Hillsdale's right next door, so it's a few-minute drive. There is a bus line that goes through Riverdale. It's a couple of spots in town. So that could be a possibility. There also is bus service down the Cascade Valley area. So if you can get yourself to Kinderman.
Let's see. They're not showing the prices. Hmm. No. Oh, this. Well, he's probably gonna strike me for play it. He's such a bitch. Such a bitch. I don't know. Oh man, I think I'm gonna go.
A look at a slice of New Jersey's industrial heartland, mile thickness to our block, 21st Avenue. Madison, New Jersey. It's a pretty little city, nestled in a valley of smokestacks 12 miles out of Manhattan on Route 80. The Passaic County seat, a city of 150,000 people. Not many rich folks here, most of them just getting by. 8.3 square miles of New Jersey's industrial heartland. A city of hard-working people and their factories. Alexander Hamilton started all this in 1791, declaring that this city would be built as the first consciously planned industrial center in the America of that time. And that heritage remains up to this moment. The evidence of industry is everywhere. The factories are still running on Patterson's 21st Avenue. All right. The Pro Textile Mill, the largest employer on our block. 250 people work here, alongside Francisco Pancho Mendez, factory maintenance superintendent with 10 years on the job.
When we study the Bible with others, we teach them what God requires of us. But we must do more. We must teach our Bible students to apply in their daily life what they learn.
Jesus said,
teaching them to observe all the things I have commanded. And look, I am with you all the days until the conclusion of the system.
Matthew 28:20. Start the study session with prayer. Generally speaking, it is best to begin opening and closing the study with prayer as soon as possible, usually within the first few weeks after starting a regular study. We must help the student to realize that we can understand God's Word only with the help of God's Spirit. Some Bible teachers raise the subject of prayer by reading James 1:5, which states, "If any one of you is lacking in wisdom, let him keep asking God." The conductor then asks the student, "How can we ask God for wisdom?" The student will likely agree that we should pray to God. Teach your student how to pray. Reassure him that Jehovah wants to hear his heartfelt prayer. Explain that in our private prayers, we can really open our heart to Jehovah, expressing feelings that we might hesitate to share with any human. After all, Jehovah already knows our innermost thoughts. Teach Bible students to pray to Jehovah and help them to understand what can be included in their prayers.
Public talks.
The Bible with others, we teach them what God requires.
Starrows, by definition, a wooden stake driven in the ground used to cause torture or death.
Torture steak.
Have someone lie about the way that someone died.
That's right. That's true. You know, Prince is pointing out that Jesus wasn't crucified like this. He was crucified like this on a torture stake. That's right. He's not a day counter. He's not a day counter.
Facts over the years. Are you the same man? You're also a Jehovah's Witness. How has that changed your life? And it helps you with your music as well.
I don't care about Prince's Purple Rain. I wanted to talk about Jehovah. Huh.
District service, I'm not that president.
Yeah, I don't vote. Nothing to do. I got no dog in that race.
For those who cuss me out and slap me personally, if I didn't ask you why.
Well, the reason why is because I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and we never vote. That's not to say that I want Barack Obama president of the world. It's my prophecy is what we all have to go by.
Thank you, Prince. Wow, that's powerful. I think this is what Bergs needs in his life. That's what I said, Kitten Cat. He definitely had a negligent discharge. Wait a second. Kitten Cat. Listen, it's not like Pete having a negligent discharge. Pete's never fucking touched a gun in her life. Right? Alec Baldwin has been in plenty of movies where he's been taught, and he's gone through these courses and all this stuff. You do not point a gun at something you don't want to destroy. This guy knows this. He's fully aware of this. And unfortunately he did that, and now he's going to pay big time for this. Big time. Exactly, Kitten Cat. Exactly. He hates guns, but he loves holding them in movies, and he loves being, these characters in movies. And yet, I guarantee you, he's had more training than I have, or most people that we know. In every movie that he's ever been in, where he has to hold a gun, he has to go through a course, a basic NRA safety course at the very least. At the very least, which I used to teach. I used to teach a basic NRA safety course when I was a range instructor, a range officer. And you always start off by telling people, you point that gun at something, you better be, you're supposed to destroy whatever you're pointing it at, or else, you're going to there's going to be an accident. This guy's fully aware of this. This guy's fully aware of this. Yeah, and think about it, Kit and Kat. He was on a movie set that was supposed to take place in like the Wild West. It was called Rust, right? So it had to have either been a shotgun, a double barrel shotgun, a lever action, or a single action revolver. You don't just hold those guns and they go off in your hands. The hammers have to be cocked. The hammers have to be cocked for those to go off. He's going down. He's going down big time. I'm telling you. Guys, this is what I'm going to start doing with my elegant mustache. I'm going to start doing the curls down here, as you guys can see, kind of like Kurt Russell in that Quentin Tarantino movie. They'll be great. I have the beard wax for it, and we'll be doing it very soon. Yeah, he's a nasty man. He thinks he knows everything, and I guarantee you he's very cocky. I guarantee he took that safety course, and he just nonchalantly said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah." Walk through it and fucking and give me the gun. Give me the gun. Give me the gun. It's a prop gun. And negligent discharges happen all the time. They happen all the time. Anyone who's a gun owner is aware of this. Anyone who's responsible is aware of this. And I'm assuming that he's been aware of this at least over 100 times. 100 times they've told him this. Hold on, I gotta put the dogs to bed. Dogs want to go lay down. Well, yeah, Pete, ask your father. The first rule. You're always supposed to treat. You're supposed to treat every gun like it's loaded. Every gun like it's loaded. I'm telling you, these NRA safety courses that they forced everyone to teach in these shooting ranges across the United States. The reason why they did that was to make sure that there was no excuse. There was no excuse. Just like OSHA, when you take these OSHA courses, you they teach you this stuff over and over again, and they tell you the same shit all the time. The same shit all the time. It's not like this guy took one course. This guy took multiple courses over his career in Hollywood. And rule number one, right? Whenever you would present a gun to somebody, you'd always present the gun with the slide open or the chamber open, the cylinder out, or all that stuff. You never just hand someone a gun like this. You never hand them a gun like that. You always keep it with the magazine out, and you hand it to them like this, so they can look down, and you could see there's no bullets in there. I don't believe. I truly believe that people think people think that there's something magical on inside of a gun. There's a sequence of operation, and if it doesn't work in that sequence, it's either going to fail, not work, or possibly, it has to work in a certain way. The guns aren't going to jump off the table and fucking kill people. It's not going to happen. It's an object that needs to be used with a human being. The human being has to use it. Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, like I said, negligent discharges happen all the time. Thank God for me, I've never had one. I've never had one. So this is what I believe Nick did. This is what I believe Nick did, and I could be wrong. Right. So Nick had a striker fired pistol. Right. So what I believe he did, and I'm gonna make sure that this is empty. Right. So I'm gonna rack it a couple times. I'm gonna look down there. There's no bullets. Whatever. Right. So now to get this piece off this gun, right? There are these two tabs here, right? So I'm gonna go like that. I'm gonna pull it down. Now to release that, you need to pull the trigger. You see what I did? I pulled the trigger, and now this is coming off. You don't need to do that, but sometimes people do that. Now, what I think Nick did, and I could be wrong, but from what I remember him telling, is when he did that, he went like this. And if there was a bullet in there, if there was a bullet in there, in that chamber, and he went like that, guess what's going to happen? You're going to put a bullet through your hand. Yeah, gun went off. You know what? When people say that because they're in shock, of course it went off. Of course it went off. But there's a sequence of operation for this thing to work the way so that it fires a bullet. There's a sequence of operation. If you don't have that, the gun's not going to work. The gun's not going to work. This gun is over 20 years old. This gun's probably 30 years old. This gun, 30 years old, and there's a sequence of operation. So, for instance, if you were going to take this gun apart, you go like this, right? And you go to pull the trigger, your hand's in the way. You can't do that. You can't do that. We're always told with striker fires, and especially Glocks, you take it like this, pull it back. That's it. Now, some people have a problem with that. When I first started taking these guns apart, because we would have to clean the range guns all the time. It's difficult. It's not easy, but you know, it would be like that. Pull it, it'll come off. But if there's a bullet in there, if there's a bullet in there right now, and you go pull that trigger, you're gonna pull that fire. You're pulling. There's a. So there's a. The reason why I could do that is because I've checked the gun multiple times. But there's the there's the firing pin right there, right here. And what this does, I don't know if you can see it, but you pull this back and it releases. It's on a spring. There's a spring in there. I guess you can't see it. But anyway, there's a spring in there, and that's what's actually keeping this from coming apart when you pull down those, when you pull it down. So it just jumped forward. Now it's caught again. It's caught again on that little hinge, right? So we're gonna go like this. No, it's caught. It's not coming off. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it was ball ammo. He's probably lucky it was ball ammo. If it was anything else, I think he would have lost. He would have definitely lost part of his hand. I think it was ball ammo. If it wasn't, that sucks. Maybe that's why it fucking shattered everything. I can't imagine it wouldn't shatter anything. I can't imagine that. And what Kit and Kat means by ball ammo is, I'll show you the difference between ball ammo and so the difference between ball ammo and hollow points. This is a hollow point, right? And the reason why it's like this, so that when it hits something, this is actually this is an older spear. I've had it in my. I bought one of these XDs a while ago, um, but this what happens is when that hits something hard, it flowers up. It spreads out really big. This is ball ammo. It's just solid, and when it hits something, it mushrooms. It looks like a mushroom. This will look like a flat, like a coin. It will look like a coin when it hits something when it opens up. Um, so if you're wearing a bulletproof vest, you probably want to get hit with a hollow point and not ball ammo. Ball ammo, I've seen definitely rip through Kevlar, 100%. I've seen ball ammo rip through Kevlar, but the hollow points usually, and that's another fucking myth about hollow points going through body armor. I've never seen it happen. Never seen that happen. Not even those fucking those talons, those black talons. When people had those black talons. So no, the reason why I don't think Nick had a pistol like this was because this has a latch right here, and this latch you can flip up. When you flip up and release it, it's basically the same thing. It's a striker foot. Well, actually, this isn't. It's a little different, but it's still getting caught on that. still getting caught on that little thing down there. And there's the firing pin right here. And that's why the gun can't come apart. So once you pull that lever, you can see it go down. That's what's releasing the gun. Or I'm sorry, it's releasing the upper the slide from the frame. So when you put this on, now it's locked. It's not coming off until you pull that. See? So I think what Nick did was he had his hands in the way. You know what, Kit and Kat, you ever use that frog lube shit? I have a little XD in my basement, the subcompact XDs. I put that shit in here, dude, and it like gummed up everything. They say you got to get it hot before it starts working. And this was one of the first gen XDs that came out. And how dirty that is. These are made in Croatia. Do 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 do. I'm gonna go get candy from the store. Yeah, I started using I just started putting grease on all my shit. That's what we used to do. Um we used to put grease on all the range guns. Um and it was a lot easier to clean off the carbon if you put a light coating of grease on the range guns. We used to take simple green in hot water, and this was before we started using the grease. Um, and these were range guns that were used like we would clean them like maybe like once or twice a month, you know. So we realized that instead of dunking them in the simple green to get off all the carbon, all you had to do was just put on a little bit of lithium grease or whatever you wanted, and when you went to go clean them, we'd wipe them down. All the fucking carbon would come off. You could dunk them, and you didn't have to scrub that much. And sometimes we would just cheat and just hit them with WD-40, wipe them down, and just throw them back in there. Yeah, that frog lube's bad. It's so bad, man. I got I got a pistol down there that I put frog lube in, and I had it on a semi-automatic shotgun. I had to take it all out and friggin' and scrub the whole fucking thing, man. It gets inside the firing pins and it gums everything up. Especially if you don't apply it correctly. I didn't apply it correctly. Now, I get to fucking dunk those guns. I'm telling you, try it. Try it. Just get plain old lithium grease with put it on your finger, spread it on there. You don't have to do anything. Just spread it on there. Shoot a couple hundred rounds or whatever. Take it apart. Take a fucking napkin or a rag or something. It comes right off. I'm surprised people don't do that. I don't know about rifles, but I used to do it with the pistols. The rifles, maybe it's different, but the pistols, because you're not really getting debris in there. My AKs are covered in lithium grease, and it's kept. I wish I originally started doing that because it it actually kept a lot of the carbon off of the piston rods and stuff like that. Like this, I haven't I haven't cleaned this thing in probably 2 years, right? In like 2 years, and anything that's stuck to this, see that? I can just take a rag to that and wipe that off. It's gonna stay. Like all that carbon is stuck on that fucking grease. It's not going anywhere. Even the barrel is fucking dirty. And look at the ramp. The ramp's still all fucking dirty. The carbon all in that. I remember one year I put I put bacon grease. I put bacon grease. I had this old shotgun. We went up to we went to this pheasantry one year to go hunt chakar or something like that. And this thing was like, I was like, oh fuck, I didn't even clean this thing, and it's like, it was old. I never really used it. It was an old Mossberg, had all surface rust on it and everything. And I hit it with bacon grease, and the bacon grease worked. look up EWG gun grease. Say. See.
Hey YouTube, thought I'd make a quick video about when is a good time to use gun grease. A lot of people debate grease and oil for their firearms, and I just I tend to use grease more than oil for most applications, but I found a really good application where grease is a better idea than oil, and that is when I've got some virtual cases, really lightweight grease here, but a good time for grease is,
Is that EWG?
like me.
Oh, here it is.
Before we get to this, before we get to this, this right here, you're gonna have a face with fumes on all those on the face. This magazine right here, zero markings, zero markings. Anyone out there know what this is? Stop me if you got no feedback. Why do I want to know where this came from? Because I want $100. They're great. Steel Helix, reinforced oxygen, plugs, tabs. I don't know about the front, but great. This thing is awesome. So, yes. You can use whatever grease it with whatever you need. I'm just showing you two types of grease that I use on First and foremost, this is in on brand grease, rifle grease, U.S. military rifle grease. Love, absolutely love the smell. Absolutely love the smell of those grease, especially when you fire on all my goodness. It's just, I don't know, for the military surplus.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You only use it on the rails. So when we used to sell those Yugo SKSs. They would be swamped in that Cosmoline, and it used to gunk up everything. You had to get it out of the gas ports.
Good stuff, great. Again, expensive for how much it is, but this lasts very, very long time. You can see why. Next up is Slip 2000 Clean Weapons Grease. This stuff right here, guys, is basically what I nonstop. Every now and then I'll throw that right.
Yeah, but the Cosmoline you could use. I don't see why you couldn't. But I do remember the Cosmoline could be dangerous, and I truly believe that that's what that frog lube did. The frog lube did the same shit.
Great stuff. I think it's like $14, $18 for the stuff.
Yeah, I want to. You know what I want to do? I want to get like a little tube of it and keep it in my one of my kits. I want to see how you grease it. Yeah, I put way more grease on my. Why? Like, why not? Why can't you have gobs in there? I don't understand that. Yeah, I mean, if it's costing that much, if it's costing some money, I wouldn't do that either. But Kit Kat, how much did that cost you? Just out of curiosity, because I'm trying to think. Like, I've had the same thing of lithium grease for a very long time. Really, 16? I mean, it can't be anything that special, right? I mean, it's fucking. That's too much, dude. This guy's ridiculous. Come on. Yeah, but how much could it be? if you get some like high temperature, grease on there, I mean, it doesn't really. Dude, that's a lot of work. I just fucking, I just put some, I put some on the metal, and I just rub it all over and fucking put it back together. That's it. I've even squirted some of the firing pin. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. That's why I put that all on there because it catches all that shit. You just wipe it right off. And I've never had so much carbon or dirt on there that it hasn't run. Even on my ARs. I mean, I've never had. And I'm talking about like I don't clean my rifles or anything like that. In in years, all I do is keep greasing them. I never had any problems. You no, you just blow dust off with canned air. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that's even. That's what I should get. I should get an air compressor. Kit Kat, I'm telling you something. I rarely clean. I rarely clean anything. You want, maybe the barrel. I'll run a snake through it every once in a while. But I've run corrosive fucking ammo through that stuff, and I truly believe that the grease has stopped it from corroding. There's only one pistol that I've had that has rusted like that, and it was because I was using WD 40 on it. The WD 40 like evaporates or something. If you spray your parts down with yeah, wipe them dry, you you will never have a problem. Do you know? Yeah, Ballistol is like WD 40. Yeah. I know it's a spray. The Ballistol that we used to have at the range, it was a spray, and they stopped using that. They just started using WD 40. No, I'm gonna go get them though. I'm gonna go get them. Maybe we'll do a gun stream. look at how bad this is, man. Look at how bad this is. I haven't cleaned this thing in like 2 fucking years, dude. I'll show you. So I haven't cleaned this in I'm gonna say maybe even 5 years. Look at all the carbon buildup on this, but check this out. I don't know if it's gonna come off. Yeah, look how much came off. This is all I coat this whole thing with grease. This whole thing with grease. I could take a napkin to this and get this all off. Look how much fucking grease I've used, and I've never had an issue. Never had an issue with these. I've even this is all I'm saying. You could put as much grease as you want. It's not going anywhere. This has been like this has been maybe tops 3 years, 4 years, and this is covered in grease. I never had an issue, and the grease stays there. This is like this is 4-year-old grease, 100%. Look how much grease is still in there. I really don't think you need to clean your guns as much as they say. I really don't think so. Look at that. Let's see what happens if I get a paper towel. Just don't want to get this on my pants. It's really, really dirty. I know. And I've stored these like this, and I've never gotten any kind of rust or anything like that. So I'm gonna hit this with paper towel. Look at that. Look at that, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's just from a paper towel. You can see where maybe the grease was shook loose on the piston. I do have carbon buildup over there. But dude, I mean think about that. That's 3 years. That's 3 years of shooting this fucking thing. And there's really no carbon buildup on it. Look at that. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I don't think being sparing with this grease is really that. I mean, unless you want to save money, but like I said, I used a lot of grease, and I didn't clean this thing for 3 or 4 years, and I've shot this thing a lot. You know what's fucking? You know what's kind of scaring me? This. I put this Ultimac rail on it. You see that? I don't know why that's doing that. I didn't even see that. I mean, even that's weird. It looks like it cooked on fingerprints on it. Like I can't get the fingerprints off of it. I'm gonna grease that up tonight. Oh yeah, it's all over the place now. It's all over the place. I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go check out my ARs. This is from a an AK-103 clone that I have. It was a Russian Saiga. Uh, and this one, interestingly enough, was came out of the Legion factory in Russia. It wasn't from the Ishmash factory. It was from the Legion factory, which is pretty cool because I don't see that many Legion factory AKs. And what they did, I guess the 103s. So when they scaled everything down from the AK-47s down to the AK-74s, they basically took the AK-74 and just chambered it in 7.62 by 39. So it's basically an AK-74 that's chambered in 7.62 by 39, and they called it the 103. So this 7.62 bolt, won't fit in an AK-47 because it's an AK-103, which is technically a AK-74 that's chambered in 7.62 by 39 instead of they're 5.45s. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you something that I bought. But now that they did that import ban, dude, check this out. I bought a CZ. I bought a CZ, a bolt action CZ that could shoot steel case ammo. It was like built to shoot steel case ammo. It's the coolest bolt action I have. It's technically a miniature Mauser, and this thing will eat up anything, man. Let me go find it. So I wanted a shitty bolt action that I could use for deer or whatever, just to bring up state. And this is a CZ that they made. I put a cheap ass scope on it, right? I think it's an old Bushnell scope that I had, and it's got a riser on it, so I can use the iron sights as well. Um, this thing, it's got it's got a it's a little Mauser bolt, right? But check this out, right? Look at the trigger, right? You can set this thing, and dude, you just touch it and it goes off. This thing's awesome. But yeah, it's supposed to run this. It runs 7.62 by 39 through it, and all steel case. Uh, it's meant to shoot steel case, but and this is my 70. This is my 103 from the Ishmash. I mean, I'm sorry, the Legion factory. If you could see that. And it's got the Legion markings on it and everything. My friend my friend had a Tula, one time, and he fucking sold it. And the Tula markings are, if you have a AK from the Tula factory, um, that's a lot of money. I'm assuming this, if you were to buy this now, you're talking about possibly $3,000 to $4,000 for one of these, if it's coming out of Russia. The ones now, the Bulgarians, are going for about 2,000. Yeah, yeah, 7.62 by 39. And the reason why I got it was because you buy the cheap fucking Wolf and the cheap Tula and all that stuff, and it was, I was shooting that at 300 yards, and you're getting groups like this at 300 yards. That's a small little bolt action rifle, you know. Yeah, steel case. Yeah, but not anymore. Can't fucking get this shit anymore. I think Tiger still makes it or something like that, but I'm not really sure. The CZ, when I got it, it was like, I think maybe four something, $500. So I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, it's a CZ rifle, you know. Yeah, the Tiger shit. But I bought a bunch of the Tula stuff from Walmart, and you know, I would just buy. I have cases of it downstairs, and now they're telling you not to shoot it because it's going to go up in price. I might sell it because now they did that import ban. Now you can't fucking get it. I even have the tuna cans. Like I have a lot of fucking ammo that I never fucking shot. Like all that steel case stuff. I would go to gun shows like $500 and just buy steel case ammo. I think $500. I think it was coming out to, I think, like a quarter a round, not even, maybe like 20 cents a round at the shows. So I have a lot of it downstairs. The CZ was about like 400. Let me see if I can get a price on them now. It's this. It's a CZ. It's a CZ 525M carbine. Um, so it's basically a miniature Mauser. This thing's really short, dude. It's a little carbine, and I used it for deer, um, when I hunted deer. But I didn't really care what happened to it. It's all busted up, but it was like, it was like, I think it was like $400 rifle. I got my money out of it, money's worth out of it. The only thing that sucks about these, if you're gonna buy them, are these fucking magazines that they come with. These magazines are like $60 a piece, and the plate, the floor plate on them. Let's see if I can get it to come out. Like every once in a while, I gotta tape it when I go hunting, because look, it doesn't really lock on, and they only give you one magazine with this rifle. You could order them from CZ, but it's like, they're like $60. Yeah, I wanted to get. I had an M1A. I sold that to my cousin because at the time it was like, I had a Springfield. I didn't like it, but I do want the Scout. I do want the Scout. I don't know if I want the wood stock or the composite. But yeah, this thing is fucking awesome, dude. Like I'm talking about, like you don't need. You could set it. I set it to be a little bit heavier. I set it to be a little bit heavier, and I had it at one point where I could go like this, and the fucking the trigger would go off. I had at one point where if you slammed that, let me see if I can get it. Oh, it did it that time. So if you go to slam this, wait, that's not gonna do it. Yeah, it just went off. That's the only thing that's. But you got to set it every time, you know. So if you go to, oh, sweet. Yeah, it just went off. See. Yeah, you have the composite. I would get the composite too. I was thinking about that. I had that walnut stock, and I was so pissed because I had so many dents over that fucking thing. So many dents. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sell this thing. And at the time, I remember selling it for like $900. I had one of those. I sold that. I sold. I had an older PTR 91 when the PTRs came to the United States. I had one of those. I sold that for 900. Those things are worth. I don't know how much you get a PTR for now, but yeah, I would definitely get one of these. They make them in 223 as well. You get them in 223. I wanted to get one of those Ruger, the Ruger Americans that took the. You can put the AR mags in there. There's a bolt action AR. They also made it in 7.62 by 39, but I don't think it took AK mags. That would be cool as fuck if you can get a bolt action that took AK mags. You know what though, the wood. How long have they been using wood for? They've been using wood for a long time. I think they stabilize it or something. I never had a problem with this. This is a wood stock. Um, this thing's all gouged out, man. All gouged out. I got, you know, I might have actually broke this stock. I remember wrapping it. I had to wrap it down here, but it's some kind of European walnut. Let's go. Let me look. Let me see how much they're going for. See if we can watch a video.
That plate is swinging all over the place. Kind of missed it a couple times. CZ527 in 762 by 39, CZ527 in 223 556. Which one should you get? I get that question asked on my videos of these rifles all the time. Short answer is I can't pick for you. You're going to have to decide. You're going to have to decide why you want one of these rifles in particular, whether it's 762 by 39 or the 223 version. I'm going to do my best to answer those questions for you guys here in this video, so stick around for popcorn. This might take a little while. First of all, you have to ask yourself, what is the intended purpose of this rifle that you want, whether it's the 762 by 39 or the 223. If it's for hunting, sure, what are you hunting? 762 by 39 has been a proven deer caliber. It's just under the 30-30. But let's just now get into ammo
availability and the difference in types of ammo that you can buy for the 7.62 by 39. What if you wanted the 223 for hunting? What are you hunting? As you know, the 223 comes in a wide variety of types of ammunition that you can buy as far as hunting rounds go. In my experience, this rifle does not like green tip 64 grain or 62 grain, whatever it is, at all. It sends the bullets out sideways. Now, however, I can shoot 64 grain 223 soft tip or deer and antelope, it says. Great groups, no problem. On that note, if you're using the 7.62 by 39 for hunting, silver bear with the soft lead tip, no problem. Great, excellent footage out of this one for me. Now, this is where it gets kind of interesting because people ask me all the time, well, which one is more accurate? Here's the deal. I haven't gone through an extensive amount of testing and accuracy for ammo and all that other stuff. What I do know that is for the ammo selection that I have been afforded with the 223, it absolutely loves this Fiocchi 55 grain stuff right here, 223. Absolutely. Hole on top of hole on paper, no problem. 7.62 by 39 absolutely loves this silver bear stuff. Hole on top of hole, no problem. Now, which one is more accurate? That comes down to how much ammo selection you have to pick from. There's not as much selection on 7.62 by 39 as there is for 223 and 5.56. It's ridiculous the amount of selection that you have for the 223. That being said, you will find exactly what your rifle likes to eat and eat well. So that being said,
I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone.
Now,
It's at the prosecutor's office.
be accurate. Accurate enough. Yes, you can. I can sit there and shoot this Monarch 7.62 by 39, 123 grain, full metal jacket. Yeah, the group's okay. It does the job. You can actually put a hole in something around a quarter size target at around 75 yards with my eyes. I've stretched this thing all the way out to 200 and something yards or 180 yards or whatever it was. No problem on steel. Game size target, no problem. Again, it loves that, but the ammo selection, I could find something that shoots better than this silver bear. Kind of hard to do, especially right now in 2021, 2020. 223. It loves Hornady Frontier ammunition 5.56.
Yeah, I'm not running Hornady ammo through that fucking stupid thing.
So both of these rifles can be accurate depending on the type of ammunition you're going to send to them. Which one is more fun to shoot? I don't know. How recoil sensitive are you? 7.62 by 39 definitely recoils more than 223 5.56. So there's that.
So anyway,
so which one is more fun? Do you like a little more recoil? Do you like not?
Long story short, get the 760 by 39 version. Because you can always get the 223 Ruger American. But here's another awesome one that I bought. This is the Mossberg Shockwave. I put the key ring on the bottom. I could put do I have one? A carabiner, and I could put it on my pack like this. And if I ever needed it, this is a great guide gun. I think I can get 6 shots of 12 gauge in here. Yeah, I would definitely go for Kitty Cat. I would definitely go for the 7.62 by 39. But this, I don't know if you have any Mossbergs, but this you get a little water on these things. I don't know what they do, if it's the parkerized or whatever the fuck they call it, but every Mossberg I've ever had gets surface rust, and I always have to hit it with steel wool. See it over there? And this I bought at the beginning of the pandemic. This thing I bought in I guess April of 2020, when they first started telling everyone to stay home. But this I've only shot bird shot through this. I've never put like a fucking a nice 3. It could take 3-inch slugs. That would be fucking awesome. This thing got gnarled up. I would take this upstate with us all the time, and it's I've gotten rust on it. Just saying, it's not. I could see the surface rust all over the fucking barrel, all over the fucking barrel. I could feel it too. Um, it depends what you use with the for the 223. I don't know how long you're shooting or how far you're shooting, but 300 yards. If you're shooting a pie plate at 300 yards, I shoot a pie plate with 300 yards. I have a my AR, my LMT AR, and I put the green tip in there. I think the what is that 60 something grain or whatever, and I'm hitting pie plates at 300 with red dot and a magnifier. Well, if I'm going upstate, I usually bring a shotgun and I bring that bolt action up there. Um, I can't bring any pistols; it's illegal. I can't bring my ARs and my AKs because they're not. Because I think New York's like, you know, you got to register them now with the state or something. I don't even know, so I don't even want to get caught up there with them. But I could bring, you know, my shotgun. If I go to the range, I'll bring my ARs and my AKs, and you know, if I go to PA, I could bring them or whatever. But if I'm going upstate, I usually bring a shotgun and my bolt gun up there. No, not on what on the 300 yards. No, I've never gotten I've never seen that in any of the targets, any of my rifles or any of my pistols. I've never seen them keyhole at all. I take that back. I've seen that in a shotgun before, but I think that's the wads. The wads might have done that, but yeah, like these Mossbergs are awesome. But dude, look at all that shit. I don't know if you can't really see it, but like, dude, that's all fucking surface rust. And then it gets these weird wear marks on them. You know, and it's only the barrels and tube. I guess the rest is aluminum. Maybe that's why. The one thing that I have done, I have another pump Mossberg that I ran those Bernanke, I forgot what the fuck they were called. Door breaching fucking rounds or whatever. They were like black tungsten fucking slugs, and they were meant to go through wheel wells and engine blocks and all this shit, right? So I brought them upstate. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to shoot these things. You know, it's gonna be fun. And I shot one. It was like a black powder. It was like a black powder rifle. It was like a lot of smoke came out of the fucking the front end of it, out of the barrel. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I load another one. I shoot one. All of a sudden, I can't extract it. I can't chamber another round. So like, what the fuck? So check this out. And this was on. I had to send it back to Mossberg. The pins, the pins. I don't know how the fuck I did this. The only way I could explain it was that when I shot that shit through here, it bulged the fucking frame. The pins fell into the fucking shotgun. They fell inside. Yeah, Tough Flater Mouse. I watched that guy. I think that's pretty cool. I never use a choke on anything Violator. I know my friend does. My friend hunts with a shotgun. I've never hunted with a shotgun before, except for birds. Um, so when I go upstate, I usually go for chipmunk, not chipmunk, red squirrel. I shoot red squirrel with bird shot, and you get like maybe 3 or 4 pellets in them, but you know, um, birds, rabbits, and all that other stuff. Oh, you should get one, kit and cat. That's all you're gonna be shooting for the next 5 years. Shotguns anyway. I have 3 Mossbergs. I have this. I have a 9. What the fuck is it? I forgot what the fuck it was. And then I have the 930, the auto loader, which I don't shoot that much, but I like the pumps better than the auto loader that I get. I had a 410 Saega shotgun, and that thing was the biggest piece of shit I've ever had in my life, and it was a Russian one too. So I sent it back to, I forgot who imported them, and they were like, yeah, they sent it back, and they're like, yeah, you got to use steel cased 410 shotgun shells. I'm like, where the fuck do you get that? Where do you get those? And I sold that piece of shit. Yeah, the Bical. I wanted to get one of those. I wanted to get one in 7.62 by 39 and 12 gauge. The Bical, yeah, I would have gotten one of those, but they stopped importing those too. I can't find them. They would make an over and under. I think it was 7.62 by 39 and 12 gauge. I think they made one. They also made it in 7.62 by what 45, 54 or something like that, all the way down to 22. The 22 would have been cool. I would have gotten the 22 as well. They were cheap enough too. They weren't that expensive. But yeah, if you have one of those Violator, I would hold on to that. You can't get those, or at least I can't find them. Yes, Bergs is Botter. You're right. I've never owned a 1022. For some strange reason, I never owned Rugers. Never. Um, I was gonna buy one of those breakdown Rugers. My friend bought one, and it was like 10 pounds. It was like I think it was a fucking heavy. It came with the bull barrels and everything like that. It seemed pretty cool, but I don't know. The only thing I could say about the 1022s is that you can get like fucking every aftermarket part for that fucking thing. That's all you see. If you look up 1022, everybody makes a part. Everyone makes a fucking aftermarket part for that. But I never bought one. Yeah, they make a lot of different versions of the 1022 now. A lot of them. I own a Ruger GP. Yes. Yeah, we are. So the GP 100s we had for range guns. We never had a problem with those. Never. In fact, the one of the revolver that the kid shot himself in the head with was a it was a Ruger. It was a hammerless Ruger revolver. I forgot what the fuck it was called, but anyway, that thing was cool as fuck. I would have bought one of those, but I never did. The only thing, the weird thing about Ruger is I think Ruger, it's all a lot of it's cast metal. It's all cast. Who was the actor that shot his wife with a Ruger? Uh, you mean Beretta? The Ruger 22? No, the right side. Yeah, it's a big revolver. Those GP 100. You know what I have that's really cool? Check this out. This was my father's duty revolver when he was a cop in Riverville. It's um it's a Colt King Cobra from I think the 80s. And I don't know if you could see it, but it's got the night sights on it and stuff. Not the night sights, but they put that fucking stupid whatever glow shit. It's got adjustable rear sights. It's got the Packmeyer grip on it. But this is what they used to carry. The Riverville police used to carry back in the 80s or late 80s before they went to I think they eventually went to Berettas and then Glocks and whatever. But this is very expensive. This is an original Colt King Cobra. So what I was trying to tell you guys before about single action revolvers. So if Baldwin had a single action revolver, the way a single action revolver works, it doesn't work like this. You can't pull the trigger like that and it goes off. You have to cock it and then pull the trigger. Cock it and then pull the trigger. So if Alec Baldwin was handed a revolver, right, that means that he couldn't do this. It wouldn't go off. The hammer was dropped. So that means that he would have to point it at someone, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger. There you go. I have a 5-shot detective special. I got it from my friend's father. He was a cop in Teaneck, New Jersey. A Smith and Wesson. Um, I think that's a 5-inch barrel 5-shot. I think it was 5-inch. Um, but this thing is badass, man. I don't know how much these are going for now. Let's see how much these are going for. gun broker. And these are all new. They reintroduced these. Oh, wow. Wait, what? Holy shit. Wait, check this out, dude. Check this out. They're saying this gun's worth $30,000. $30,000 on Gunbroker. This pistol that I have right here is going for $30,000 on Gunbroker. Right here. 30,000. I'm sorry, $25,995. Same exact one. Oh, it's engraved. Sorry. I was like, holy shit. I was like, that can't be possible. All right. Let's see how much. Let's see how much they're going for. See, these are the new ones that came out, and the new ones are going for about like almost $1,000. I'm talking about the original ones that came out in the '80s. Let's see. With the Packmeyer grips. There we go. Eh. So this is, they're going for about 1,000, 1,100 bucks. 1988. That looks way better than this one. This one's a holster wear. This was a police officer. So say 20. I'm not going to sell this. Bergs? Bergs? You better get out of here, Bergs. Bergs, you better leave right now. Let's check out some King Cobra shooting. All right, here we go. In 1988, Colt King Cobra.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Guns.com. My name is Seth Rogers. Today we're taking a look at an oldie but goodie, Colt King Cobra. The one I happen to have today is from 1988. Before we talk about how it shoots, let's get into everything you need to know in under 60 seconds. The Colt King Cobra was originally introduced in 1986. It was revolutionary for Colt in the fact that this was the first revolver that they ever introduced in a stainless steel version before a blued version.
He has a different hammer than me.
Because this was the first snake gun that they put the snake head on the barrel. You see it right there on the barrel, the King Cobra head. The King Cobra is chambered in .357 mag and is available in barrel lengths of 2.5, 3 inches, 4 inches, 6 inches, and 8 inches respectively. Although the 3-inch variation was very rare in 1996, with under 50 ever produced. Ironically, the 3-inch model is the featured barrel length upon the 2019 reboot. The revolver was introduced in 1986 and it was produced until 1992 when production halted. It was then picked back up in 1994 and then again discontinued in 1998. When production halted in 1998, it was put on ice for over 20 years until 2019, when Colt reintroduced the King Cobra with a few differences, which we'll go over in just a minute. All right, so let's talk about what makes this particular King Cobra great and why these have become really collector's items. Before we get into shooting it, we got to talk a little bit about the history of Colt. Colt is known for making really iconic revolvers, and the snake guns are among their most iconic guns. So let's get into what makes this Colt King Cobra so great. Again, I said that this one is from 1988. There's a bit of mystique around Colt snake guns, especially guns prior to the 1990s, about just how they shot, how they felt, and I think a lot of that has to do with the process that Colt was putting into these guns. And it was said that these early model Colt King Cobras were all hand polished.
They were.
And there wasn't as much machining
That's true.
in those guns as there was in today's models. That being said, you can really feel the love in this revolver. The double action trigger pull is as smooth and as buttery as a double action trigger pull that I've ever felt. And it's really a joy to take on the range. The other thing you'll notice about these 1980s models King Cobras and what makes them especially different from the 2019 model of King Cobra is that Colt lost the iconic gold medallions. Those Colt gold medallions are iconic to the brand, and losing them on the new 2019 King Cobra just
iconic.
Taking a little bit of the wind out of the sails. The other big difference you'll notice between the King Cobra of yesteryear, like the one I have, and the 2019 reboot is the one I have also has the target sights on it, whereas the 2019 reboot just has the U-notch rear with the replaceable front sight. Now, I've never been the hugest fan of revolvers in the past, mainly because I've never liked the long, heavy double-action trigger pull that comes with nearly every defensive revolver. But as I said, this Colt King Cobra, the trigger pull on this thing is just smooth and buttery, and it really makes me rethink double-action trigger pulls on revolvers, because this one I really happen to like. If I owned this gun, I would be taking it to the range all the time and shooting it, because it was really just a joy to shoot. What else is this gun doing right? Well, I'm typically not a huge fan of guns with finger grooves in the grips, but these finger grooves almost seem perfectly made for my hand.
They are.
I was able to get a really great positive grip on the gun, and even when firing .357 mag, which is a very formidable round, can produce quite a bit of style recoil. The Pachmeyer rubber gripper grips on this old Colt really did the job. I never felt like this was, a wrist breaker type of revolver. The recoil wasn't too bad, and so I really enjoyed shooting this in both 38 Special and .357 mag. 38 Special was a dream. It was like shooting a 22, little pistol, especially in single action mode. I mean, the single action trigger on this thing is very, very light, very crisp, and it was able to group.
Let's check out the Glock Gen 2. How valuable is the Glock Gen 2? I think I'm going to retire this one. I think I might get a new Glock. I don't want to shoot. Not that I don't want to shoot this anymore, but it's. I don't want to shoot it anymore if it's going to be worth some money. It's a Glock 20. What?
Hi, folks. Welcome to the Mount Monster. I got here a Gen 2 Block 19 that I bought collect, and I showed the other video, the one I got to shoot.
So he bought this one to collect.
So short videos I was thinking of talking about making it, just showing the guns. There it is. Block 19 from, I think it was from 95. I looked it up once, I done forgot. But you can see it's
So he's got the BG. I got mine's a BK.
and it's got a sticker on the back inside that says 460. I'm not sure if that one is new or not. They come in these Tupperware boxes, what used to be called the Tupperware box. Block didn't call them that. People would pick up.
That's pretty cool.
I found this at a pawn shop in South Carolina, which was beat about 2 years ago. And since I was out of state, I couldn't take it with me, but I bought it and had it shipped to me. But this here box comes with this unloading procedure there. Like I said, I didn't get it's like new, but I didn't get the owner thing. Came with 2 magazines. I'm not sure if this loader came with it or not, to be honest with you. Came with 2 10-round magazines because it's a Van Air pistol, 94 to 04. You know, 10, all you could have was 10 rounds. See that in there or not? These little plastic cases, they were really, they was very first, I think, had bullet holders right here. The very first box that come in, I think so. But basically just 2 double wires.
Yeah, I would get a. Maybe I'll get a 17 instead. But the 19, it's small enough that. The other thing is, the laws in New Jersey now. I think you can't. If you get a 10, if you get a 17, you're only getting a 10-round mag anyway. Austria. Hmm.
Yes, the one, you know, you tell the Gen 2 didn't have no finger grooves
Right.
and no light rail accessories.
Right.
And they're 2-pin frames. 1, 2 versus your, you know, your new blocks. This is a Gen 3. Gen 3's had the rail and finger grooves. And with the ambidextrous, you know, this slide. I'm gonna get 5 this is basically like the newest block. They don't have finger grooves. They've even done away with the little notch.
Potter, you're not allowed in here. We're getting blocked. Potter, you're getting blocked, Potter. You are so blocked.
They had 15 rounds available back then, but they were for law enforcement military only.
I have a hold on.
This gun was like new. See the barrel, just a slight little ring on it. Trigger. Got the really early one. This was a 3-digit serial number.
So that's what I got.
The very early one, like 88, which was come in, only had 2 letters.
Oh no, I have the 2 letters. I have the 2 letters. So this is one of the earlier ones. This is the BK. I take that back. It's 3. So, see some. I don't know if mine says US on it. Let me see. Yeah, mine does say US on it. It's weird. But this was an NYPD Glock. Also, this was the first pistol I ever bought. This is a Sig Sauer. It's a 226 that I bought from the place I worked at. It's the first pistol. I remember I went out and bought this for $300. It was a refurbished Sig 226 made in Germany. I think it was a police trade-in. But it's got the decocker on it. I never liked this pistol. I hate SIGs, but this was the first pistol I ever bought. A SIG 226. Another one that I bought that I didn't really care for was I bought an HK USP compact 45. It's got a decocker on it too. Safety. I didn't really care for this pistol. I didn't really care for it. Yeah, it's a yeah. Yeah, see it's the refurb. You can see if you see the color. See how the color changes at the tip? That's how so from here to here it's a different color. And what they did was they refurbished them and they just blew the tip, so that's from all the holster wear um from this pistol. But yeah, made in Germany. We were getting them in, and at one time we were getting them in and it would say made in West Germany. I never bought one of those. I should have bought one of those, but I never did. And I never liked these handles. These it would make your hand makes your hand sit really low, and if you want to go up high, you really can't. It's like a bump right there. And these guns were so top heavy. When you shoot it, they flip. They do a lot of flips. So if your hand's down low, I never liked them. The magazine really sucks on it. But the ones that were coming in from West Germany, I think they had the magazine releases were on the bottom. But whatever. Yeah. Yeah, they came. Remember the West German ones came with the really thin, shitty fucking uh, grips, plastic grips. They were like just black and checkered. This they came with these like I think because this was refurbished that they just put these fucking grips on there. I don't think it was the original grips that came with this. I could be wrong, but all right. Well, Fodder, you're getting time. You're getting blocked. I'm not dealing with you. Oh, you're getting blocked again. You're so blocked, Potter. Big time blockage. Yeah, I know. I want to. But the only reason why I never sold is because it was my first pistol I ever bought. The first pistol I ever bought. I also have another SIG. I have the fuck it was, but it was it came with a barrel. It was it was in 40 caliber. It came with a 357 SIG barrel and magazine. I forgot what the fuck it was. Hey Sherry K, what's up? It sounds wet. And the one thing that I really didn't like about these was when, so I think a lot of state troopers in New Jersey had to qualify with these, and what they did was when they were done shooting, they had to reholster. So to decock it, right, you gotta push down this lever, right, which decocks it, and then you're supposed to holster it. There's no safety on this at all. It's just a really long double action pull, right? But so when the guys were done shooting, they would have to decock it and then holster it, and a lot of them wouldn't. They would just reholster it with it cocked, and that's extremely dangerous. But I remember that was always an issue with the HK. With the HK, it was easier because the decocker was right up here, the safety and the decocker. So you could rock this cocked and locked and holster it, but you know, or sorry, you could decock it and you keep it. So when you pulled it out, you'd have that really long trigger pull. And it was sort of hammerless, whatever. Um, it came with glow in the dark sights. And the thing that sucked about the HKs, the light rails on here, you can only get certain lights to put on this fucking thing. I wonder how much this is going for. Yeah, double single. Yeah, double single action. But what I'm telling you is that when these guys had to qualify, right? So let's say they're done shooting and you know the slide's not open like that. The magazine release is awesome on this too. Magazine release is awesome on this, but so when they were going to reholster it, they would always have to cock it, and this was a lot easier to decock the slide release on this kind of sucks. It's further up, so you'd have to do the slide release. But you could load it, put it on safe, and you'd have it cocked and locked and ready to go. And then when you pull it out, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. But the thing is that this fucking loser's gonna keep coming back. If you just ignore him, he'll go away. Kenneth Miller, ultimate retard loser. That is pretty funny. I don't know. How do you do that? How do you do that, kitten cat? Let me see if I can do it. Hold on. Do 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 do. It's not giving me the option. Tombstone, I'm gonna block you. Tombstone. Yeah, I think you're right, Violator. I think you're right about that. What I do like about this. Look at how deep those cuts are on this fucking thing. See how deep that is? I've never seen that before. And then the guide rod and spring comes with this plastic buffer attached to it, which is really cool. And I believe I never really took this apart because there's a roll pin I think in there that you have to take out, which is gay as fuck. I don't think I'm gonna be honest with you, the juice. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Um, the reason why I say that is because the VP9 I've shot. I like that over all the HKs. I think, in fact, maybe if I retire the Glock, the only reason why I wouldn't get the VP9 is because the magazines are like fucking $50, $60. You go to try buy HK magazines. You're talking about it's a lot of money here. It's a lot of money. Just the magazines alone. Yeah, I hate roll pins too. They suck to take out. And the thing about my XD, the XDs all have fucking roll pins in them. These are all fucking roll pins. All of them. So to take this apart to get the, I believe to get the friggin' the pin and spring out. You know that these XDs are actually, they're actually single actions. They're not double action pistols. They're single action. So the way it was described to me when I used to work at this place was right there. What that's doing, that little bump, see that thing that's moving right there, this part? What that's doing is when you rack this, it's catching, it catches the firing pin and pulls it back all the way, all right? And all you're doing here, so we can see that. All you're doing here is just releasing that. It's technically a single action. This is a single action pistol. I think they call it safety action. I never really cared for that stupid thumb safety bullshit, but you don't really need. So unlike the Glock, or like the Glock, it has this little safety, so you can't pull the trigger back unless this is actually pulled. It goes into itself. You pull the trigger back, but the gun's not going to go off unless you do that. And I don't know how. Let me try this. I'll push back. So it doesn't have to be in all the way, but and it's just a piece of plastic. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't like the thumb safety either. I don't like the thumb safeties. But this pistol for what it is fucking awesome. I like these XDs. The only thing that sucks is it's like fucking 5 pounds. It's like 5 pounds. They they barely they barely mill anything out of this. Look how fucking look at the chunk of metal. They barely mill that out, which makes it extremely heavy. Extremely heavy. I think if I hit you over the head with this, I'd fuck you up bad. Bad. This would definitely split your head open. That's how heavy this fucking thing is. I remember when those shields came out. I remember when it was, so when I first started shooting, when I first started buying guns, um, Springfield had the Sigma. I mean, I'm sorry. Smith and Wesson had the Sigma. Um, Springfield had the XDs and Glock, Glock, and then the USPs were out, but they were the USP was like a polymer frame, but it had a hammer. So I'm talking supposed striker fire pistols, hammerless pistols, and the Sigma for what it was. I think you get it for $200. For $200, the Smith and Wesson. That was an awesome pistol. That was an awesome pistol. And then they got sued by Glock. They got sued by Glock. They stopped making them. I remember I tried to buy one, The only ones I could find were in 40 caliber. I didn't want that. I wanted a 9. And then they came out with the M&Ps. The M&Ps came out, and I was like, "Fuck that!" I never liked those M&Ps. No, for $200, dude, that Sigma was not garbage. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now, it was not. I argue with people about this all the time. If I could buy one right now, I'd buy one of those. $200. I like that Sigma. I thought that Sigma was awesome. Yeah, I don't see. I don't want it in 40. There was a lot in 40 because I think they were trying to sell them to police departments at the time. I do not want a 40 caliber Sigma. I want a 9. I want a Sigma 9. And I think the reason why they got sued was because the actual the actual slides were cut like exactly like a Glock. But the fucked up thing was, I remember when that happened. Car came out. The cars came out, and KAHR whatever. We used to be a dealer of those. And you took those apart. It was a fucking Glock. It was a fucking Glock. At the time, they only had car 9s and car 40s when we were selling them. Then eventually they came out with the 45, and when they came out with the 45, the owner of car, who lived in Westchester, used to come there. It was funny. The owner of Kimber and Carr lived in like the same town, which was weird out in Westchester. And they used to come down on the firing line all the time, and they would bring these guns, and they would let us shoot them. And when the 45 came out, the Car 45, it was the smallest fucking 45 I've ever seen in my life. And that was cool, and that's when I stopped working down there. Yeah, the owner of Car, K8, yeah, the Juice, hate cars. Yeah, yeah, no, he's a Korean dude. No, he is. He's a Korean dude. Interesting story. Um, I almost bought a Daewoo. I forgot what the fuck it was from him. He had a Daewoo. It was the Korean militarist rifle that the Korean military had at the time. It was a Daewoo something, and I was gonna buy it from him, but it wasn't legal in Jersey. I couldn't buy it from him, so he sold it to the ball. He sold it to the guy who owned the store. Wanted like $9,000 for it, and it was cool because at the time I remember Daewoo cars, and it had the Daewoo marking on it, so it looked like it was pretty cool. He came down there with a Daewoo and a Barrett. He put it on consignment there, or he tried selling it to the owner. Well, here's the thing. I'm proving to you guys right now I'm not a felon. If I was a felon, I wouldn't have firearms. Yeah, Daewoo. That's right. day was. I wish I had fucking bought that thing. See if I can find. Oh, okay, dude. All right. Magnum Research owns it now. Really? That's such a terrible company. Remember when they came out with that baby Desert Eagle? That was so gay, man. I never. That's one gun that I never ever wanted was a Desert Eagle. And the way that Desert Eagles um, would work, there was a little piston inside that fucking inside those things, and the pistons would crack. Don't when we had those as range guns, we'd always find those pistons cracked. We'd have to pull them out and wait to get new ones. One day I got a piece of stock steel. I cut it, I grooved it out, and put it in there, and the fucking thing worked. Yeah, dude, they're garbage. They're garbage. Those fucking Desert Eagles are fucking garbage. But I will say this: the 44 we didn't have the 50 AEs, but we had the 44 Magnums down there. They were fun to shoot. They were fun. Actually, we had a 500 snub nose down there, a Smith and Wesson 500 snub nose, and we used to turn off the lights in the range and fucking shoot them, and everyone would fucking go blind. It was cool. Yeah, I know, Kitten Cat. I need to get the fuck out of here. Maybe the Thursday. So that's the thing. I wouldn't bother. But you know what? Who the fuck was it? American Eagle or American something that made the 30 caliber semi-automatic pistol? We had one of those. I wanted to buy that. I forgot who the fuck made that because I wasn't allowed to. We also had who the fuck made it? Car had another company that made that reproduced the M1 carbine. I forgot the fucking name of it. But anyway, we got a bunch of those in, and I couldn't buy them, and I wanted one of those so bad. The M1 carbine, if you can get an original one, that's an awesome rifle. Uh, the only thing is, I forgot the name of the company. Anyway, that company, and they reproduced the grease gun too. They reproduced the grease gun, and they reproduced the M1 carbine, and it was a company that Carr owned. I forgot the fucking name of the company, but anyway, the um, the bolts the bolts would crack on those things, and they had a huge recall. But that thing was fun, man. We used to put at the time I was stupid, but I used to take a matchbook and you stick it in the and you stick it in the sear, and we used to pull it back, and if you get that thing to fucking go, man, that thing would fucking unload. And I didn't know it was illegal at the time, but I did do it. I didn't intend to break the law, but I did do it. Um, if I knew better, I wouldn't have done it. But you could put a fucking matchbook in there, and you could rock those fucking things. And we used to break the fucking bolts on them. The bolts used to crack. Yeah, they are kitten cat. What about you know what I had that was pretty cool? I had one of those Beretta carbines. I forgot what it was, but anyway, I used to be able to bump fire that thing. In New York at the time, you can get those long stick mags for those. And we used to put them in there, and I used to bump fire that thing. That thing was cool as fuck. It was the Beretta, whatever. It was a 40. It was in 40 caliber too. Um, the UMPs, the HK UMPs. There were a couple FBI agents that used to come down there with full auto 10 millimeter UMPs. What's up, John? They used to let us shoot those. Those were cool. Yeah, I don't like that those Glock kits. I remember there was a guy in down at the firing line that had tried to develop one of those that you could fit any semi-automatic pistol inside a brace, right? And they wouldn't allow him to do it because they said you couldn't convert at the time you couldn't convert a pistol into a carbine or a rifle. Um, and I remember he brought it down. He brought it down there, and it was sheet metal. He used sheet metal. And then all those like those Glock insert fucking carbine shit. It's all Israeli junk. It's that CAA shit or CCA shit or whatever the hell it is. The BNT, yeah, that looks pretty cool. The BNT. Yeah, you can get those. He had a 1911. He had a 1911 inside of it with a long barrel. It looked ridiculous, but it was a pretty cool idea, and that was in the early 2000s. I think they were trying to make this shit. I'm trying to think of what else they brought down there. Actually, the guy from Carr, the owner from Carr, had a 380. He didn't let us shoot it though, but he had a 380 car down there, and it was fucking. I didn't really care for it. It was when the 380 car, believe it or not, came out when the 45 did. He just never sold it. Um, he just never sold it. I think he sold it like years later. No, I think isn't BNT its own company? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. They use is it a Glock or is it like a Glock type pistol? And they put the charging handle on like the slide up here. They put the charging handle on the slide up here. You charge it like that. Yeah, and it's got the folding stock on it. I know what you're talking about. Hmm. You know what I do? I still have technically. I mean, I'm gonna get it back. I bought one of those Beretta uh, P2000s. I think it was. It was it's a pistol that Beretta made for like about 2 years. It was in some movie with Minority Report. That movie Minority Report. and it was a big failure for Beretta. It was the first polymer pistol before the those Storm pistols that came out. I bought one. I bought one, and I sold it to my father for his off duty pistol. He used to have a Browning 380 that he carried off duty, and this was like it was the same exact gun except it was a polymer 9 millimeter. And I think it held like 12 rounds or something. So eventually I got that pistol back, but they stopped making that pistol. The pistol was discontinued within a few years, and that's got to be worth some money. You know what they should reproduce, like an MP40 or something like that, like an old German World War II, because that grease gun that they reproduced, it was kind of cool, but like it was expensive. I think it was like $800 in the early 2000s, and it wasn't like the grease guns that had the fucking the charging handle on the left side or wherever the fuck it was. It was it was the one that you had to flip open the dust cover and stick your finger in there and fucking try to fucking pull it back, and that's how you'd fucking cock the fucking thing. You'd actually have to flip the dust cover up, right? And put your finger in there, and inside there was like a groove inside the bolt carrier. And you pull it back like that, and that's how you cock it. And you'd have to keep those things all greased up, so you'd fucking do it, and you'd snag your nails on there. It was the worst. It was the fucking worst. Well, when people say Glock tards, right? This is what I have to say about Glock. Glock, you can get every aftermarket part you want for that pistol from any company. Barrels, springs, fucking anything, triggers, fucking anything. And people get really pissed off about that. I don't know why. I don't know why. In my opinion, if you're gonna invest money in something, I would invest in a Glock. I would definitely invest in a Glock. You know, a Glock 1911, and I mean, get whatever you want, but you know what was cool that I never bought was one of those Steyr M8s or M4s or whatever. I remember we had one as a range gun, and I always liked shooting it, but there was never they were expensive, and you couldn't get magazines for them. The Steyrs, and they sat really high. The slides sat really high. I remember shooting it and being like, there was no muzzle flip on it, but I don't know if they still make those. Those Steyrs were cool, and I was never really big into CZ. I had a CZ 380. That was actually a really nice pistol. I liked that, but I don't know. I remember the one that CZ came out with that humongous 45. And it came with those walnut grips. And you would look at this thing, and it's like, oh, it's cheap because at the time you didn't know any better. But I guess like in like Europe or a lot of Eastern communist countries at the time, I know they weren't communist at that time, but they would put this like weird. They put this weird fucking coating on all their pistols. It was like it looked like spray paint. I don't know what the fuck they called it. Yeah, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible how much shit you can get for any Glock. Technically, a Glock's it's like the AR-15. You can get any aftermarket part for it, and you can just drop it right in. You can't do that. You can't do that with fucking. I mean, you might be able to do it for an M&P, but not as much as a Glock. Uh, AKs you really can't do that for either. ARs you can do that all day. What's going on? I just blocked them. What do you want me to do? I blocked them. I can't. I don't have my phone. I'm getting my phone Monday. My phone Monday. I got some Circle 10 magazines when they were still available. Remember I bought a bag of these fuckers. These are worth some money. Remember when these came in, people were freaking the fuck out. That was before Magpul started making them or anything like that. Do. No, she's gone. Lolly's not allowed in here. Lolly, I'm telling you right now, John's about to do a big expose on Lolly. And then this, I don't know if you guys are into optics, but this is the worst optic I have ever owned in my life. Um, it's a Trigicon. The fuck's this stupid thing called? RX30. The worst. The worst. I might put this on my shotgun or something like that, but this is the worst optic I've ever owned in my life. Look at that, fucking marred the shit out of that fucking thing. Look at that. I was thinking about throwing this thing in the garbage, but I don't know if you can even see the little dot in there. When it's if you use this outside in the daytime, see that? See how fucking low? I mean, small that is, and barely see it. Barely see it. All right, well, I'm gonna go out and get some milk duds. I'm gonna smoke some more weed, and then I'm gonna do a special live stream for seasons, so we can talk. Life with Linda. Fuck that bitch. I hope she dies. I hope she dies very soon. I really don't like her. No, I don't have any night vision goggles. You know what? The thing about the night vision stuff, you're not. If you're getting that stuff, you're not getting like the military grade stuff. My buddy bought one of those monocles, and we took it upstate. And you need an RI or IR light to even see anything. They're so bad, and they're expensive. But I do have night vision settings on these optics, and you need the right monocle or goggles for it. Noodles, Lolly is worse than Life with Linda because Linda is not coming around. I know, but I'm telling you something right now. I know for a fact that she's stirring shit with other people. Not you guys, but other people. I'm just letting you know. Especially Cab 7. Well, like I said, I didn't. I've been on YouTube for a very long time. All right, and I've said this. I've said this over and over again. All right, I've been on live streams before. I've participated in live streams before, way before I ever met Life with Linda. The first time I ever saw anyone get swatted was that fucking that homestead prepper, that old woman, who she was a wrench for, who she was a mod for. She got swatted. Then I saw it when she was over at Bobby's. Bobby's got swatted, and then when I saw her over at Rick's, Rick's got swatted. All these people that the only time I've ever seen anyone get swatted was in Life with Linda's following Life with Linda around. I'm telling you something right now. Life with Linda has a lot to do with this, more than you think. And now she's over at Cab 7 trying to. All right, well, I'm gonna go get some milk duds and get stoned. Maybe be back later. Bye. I'll fuck with Life with Linda.